Hello and welcome to the fifth round of the New Dimension Racing GT World Series. Today coming to you from Kyoto National Reversed. This one's the big 24-hour race, and no doubt there will be lots of commentators through the day, but joining you for the start will be myself, Oscar Hardwick, and Dominik Engel alongside me. How are you today, Dominik?
Hello, I'm fine, bit nervous, bit sad, bit pessimistic about the race because it's not exactly the world's biggest grid ever.
No, the grid, well, particularly the GT1 grid, lacking to a certain extent, but still competitive times in both classes throughout the field.
Yeah, definitely, but you would expect it. I mean, in GT2 especially, you've got the top 5 cars are within 30 points. It's 50 points for the whole race just on positions. So you would expect they would put an effort in. And GT1 is a bit different. You've only got basically car 8 and 9 fighting for the title, and well, there's Inex as well.
I was going to say, it's not like the 8 and 9 cars in Division 1 today being piloted, to start with at least, Conquest, the number 8 by Goik, and then the number 9 car is going to be, that's a genuine racing car, so probably one that you're quite interested in, I imagine, Dom, being started by Taskinen.
Yeah, I'm interested in it, especially for the night, because I have to drive it for 4 hours in the night, which will be fun.
Always tricky with these 24-hour races, particularly with so many teams in Live for Speed being built up predominantly, if not completely, of European drivers. There's always going to be someone that pulls a short straw and gets a really horrible stint to do. And are you saying that with Genuine that's going to be you today?
No, I completely mucked up my sleeping rhythm. I only got up about 1.5 hours ago, so it's gonna be fine. I don't see a problem with it. I'm in the America time zone.
America. It's a good time zone to be in, particularly if you're going to be broadcasting a 24-hour race, and in your case, driving in one.
Yes.
Well, it looks like people are just getting themselves all sorted out. Servers in its usual state of getting the grid lined up. Looks like we're missing a car at the moment. Or is that Cameron? Nah, second safety car. Okay.
Yeah. Got the luxury of having a lot of course cars because there's lots of space.
Indeed. Another thing to remember today, and it's maybe on a note not quite as sprightly as those starting a 24-hour race, I believe that we're going to have a lap of remembrance for Tomek Nogiak, a LFSer who recently passed away in a car accident, and I think we're about to see that now. So we'll keep silent through the lap and for a moment afterwards as well. A lap of remembrance there, with a moment of noise followed by a moment of silence for Tomek Nogiek, otherwise known as Heimel in the Live Speed community, who was taken from this world far too soon. Moving now and back to a secondary grid check, making sure everyone's in their place for this 24-hour endurance. I'm going to have to ask Dom, who's probably been around this a bit more than me, who is your money on in GT1 and GT2 for today and tomorrow?
GT2, I absolutely haven't got a clue. It could go so many ways. I mean, Quali showed that core racing really mean it, even though they're 30 points back and they had one non-scorer. Virus and LLM are up there. Iron Club is up there in the points. And it's really difficult, you know. Savage is up there as well, you know. They're in front of core. And in GT1, it's I don't know. I don't really know how. You know, ever since this setup extractor thing started last year, no one practices publicly anymore. So either you rely on what people tell you, or you have to be lucky to see what pace they do. And I just don't know. That's the simple fact. I only know what pace I can do, and I'm pretty confident that I myself wouldn't win the race.
Yeah. So, as everyone heads back out onto the grid for a second time today, we're going to have the GT1 grid pull away first, and then we're going to have our race director, Jonathan Palmer, call for the GT2 grid to follow soon after. Dominik, why don't you take us through the GT1 grid as the lights come on and pull away, and then I'll move on to do the GT2s.
Okay then. On pole for GT1, starting the race is in car number 1, Isaac Price, in the red, white and black NX car. Then in second place we have the blue genuine racing car number 9 of Otto Taskinen, XR. Then we've got the third XR, the red genuine racing car number 29, which is started by Walsingham. Fourth on the grid, and first off the SZRs, I just noticed that there's a 50-50 split between the cars, but is Infinity Esports in the car 06, which is being started by Roy Largo. Then we've got LLM car 25 with Jachne, with the yellow and green FZR, and then last but not least the black FZR with the white stripes, car 8, who are the championship leaders by 17 points coming into this race, Conquest Racing.
Yeah, a small but very competitive GT1 field taking part today at Kyoto National. Onto the GT2 grid, and on pole position leading the way, Core Racing, and their starting driver today is going to be Gisela. Lovely yellow car there. One of pretty much the entire field of XRRs in GT2. Second place on the grid, Team Vires, doing a good job in the championship. Starting for them today is going to be Niki Jakovic. Starting third in GT2, World Class Lions with their driver Katia. In fourth is going to be Trolley for the second Team Virus car. Fifth is Mafia Racing, and starting for them is going to be Girelli. Sixth, Last Lap Motorsports. Decent qualifying for Last Lap Motorsports, definitely still coming on in the Live for Speed world. And their starting driver today is, and I'm going to absolutely murder this name, Motojutis. In 7th position, FNC Sim Sports, being started by Botev. In 8th, Infinity Esports Racing, their GT2 entry is going to be started by, is that Holt, I think? Yes, it is. Starting in 10th position in the GT2 field, Scuderia Gas Racing Team. They've been around for a good old time now, with Major starting for them. And how close are the GT1s to starting? I'm going to miss names in the second part here. 11th on the grid GT2 is the second core racing car. 12th ASEX Motorsport, 13th Absolute Beginners, 14th iClub, and rounding out the GT2 field is Savage Sim Sports, as we now move back to the GT1 field and watch as Isaac Price gets ready to take the flag.
Yeah, he's on the inside on ball, as you would be on this track, being mostly left-handed.
Indeed, not necessarily a place that's going to guarantee you first into turn 1 as the green flag falls. Lots of drafting going on. Looks like it was a very strong start from Walsingham on the second row, already going to push his teammate there. Yes.
Oh, he shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, Largo also on the rear bumper of the 9 car. They're gonna go into turn 1 too wide.
Oh, Goik being very, very aggressive around the outside. Not going to hold that.
Oh, he's gonna hold that easy. He's gonna no. Oh, and Taskinen being pushed out of the way by Largo. They're very, very dirty move.
Quickly back to the GT2 start, and Dakovic has made an absolute stonker straight around the outside of Gisela on the green flag. Oh, and there's a big crash.
Oh, a big
cars around the
crash.
back.
Oh, but no one flipped, so they can all continue. But
I can see
LLM involved, Savage involved. Oh, and another crash between that was lag between Mafia and 73. Wow, I don't know what these GT2 teams always have. They just want to crash every time before they even do a corner. Oh, and Gisela off the track, losing loads of places.
An absolute disaster for Core at the start there. Bad start and just going from bad to worse.
Djakovic, before Virus, who've been looking good all season, they're now leading. Well, it's only 4 minutes into the race, but still.
Very true, and looking back to GT1s, it did look like Goik for Conquest has made that stick in the end, leading the first lap here from Isaac Price of Inex Racing. That was a stunning move around the outside actually from Goik, credit to him. Absolutely threw it down in there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know how he kept at the outside. I've never seen anything like it.
I think just everyone...
I think everyone got so involved with each other that he just went, oh well, I have this.
I was going to say, to me it felt like the other 5 cars in class are all bunched up on the inside, and Goik's just gone, well, there's the whole outside to use, so let's have fun with that.
Yeah, he got really squirrely on the outside lane. I think he was that close to actually just either under or over steering off.
So, GT2 field very much split up now in 2 classes in GT2, the class that didn't crash into each other on the green flag and the class that did. I wonder if any of those are actually going to pit. It looks like they might be, or is that just McCullough? Yeah, just McCullough not bothering to stay on the track through the final corner.
Botev's going to pit, so it's bad start for the 53, massive right side suspension damage, especially on the right front. That car isn't going straight anymore, on the straights.
Yeah, has had a bad time of it.
Yeah, would be forbidden from the Sochi Olympics.
Yeah, Isaac Price looking as though he's not best pleased that Conquest have got in front of him at the moment, really making a push to come back. And actually, little shout out here, Jashna for LLM in 3rd has gotten in front of both the genuine racing cars.
Yeah, because, well, I saw the 6 made contact with the 9 in turn 2, and I've Constantine up quite a lot of stuff. But Price much quiet in the draft of Conquest now. Doesn't want to pass them too soon.
Very easy to get yourself back in the tow for the whole first corner. And that's, in fact, that's what Isaac's going to do, is going to go right the way up high and pin it down low to get some draft off and hopefully go for the move heading into turn 2.
Goik blocks the inside. Well, it doesn't block, but defends the inside. No going past there. In a way, I'm kind of jealous of ZR because the SZR has just so much nicer brakes around here. If you trim out the downforce of the XR, you try and run a high brake power, that isn't really that nice.
Yeah, I can imagine just well, either locking up or being generally squirrely.
It's very squirrely. Locking up is not that much of an issue, but if you have to run the bias pretty rearward, then it's very, very squirrely. And lots of diff locking.
Isaac trying to prove that by going sideways.
Yeah, there are about 2,000 lines through that corner they just went through.
There are indeed, and it's nice because it makes for this following corner, which is a very, very big braking zone on this track, a prime opportunity for big overtakes. You know, Kyoto National, going in its normal direction, this reverse direction, has always seemed to produce good racing at points, so a nice one to pick for a 24-hour race.
There's also got that great feature where you can go 6 wide and then turn 1 you have to 2 wide. Which is a bit of a problem, but okay. Whatever you want to.
Looking through the field, and it is still Goik and Price who are the closest battle on track. Everything else has just spread itself out so much more neatly. I say neatly, GT2 field spread out because they all crashed into each other.
Yes. Not for the first time this year.
Well, unfortunately, I've not been watching it properly this year, particularly
I don't know.
So
I remember at the very first race, they already had a massive lag crash in the formation just before the green flag, and lots of cars just spun around like spinny things.
I think that one's going to have to get put into some sort of commentary line of the year nomination. Span around like spinny things.
Don't think that exists anymore.
And just whilst we've been saying that, Walsingham's been past Jashner, and it looks like Taskinen's going to make a try and make a job of it as well.
That double left hand, that's really hard. Oh dear.
He's held it.
He went down the inside for now. It doesn't look like Jashner got that good of an exit. But then the next bit is really the least favourite for all XR drivers. Yep, but I think he should be safely past. I think Jachner is just a few meters too far away for a draft. He's probably gonna get busy with Largo behind him sooner or later.
He is, and Goik impressively trying to stretch out that lead at the moment. Yeah, sticking his foot down, setting the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, but then he's the only guy who's got no one in front of him, except for the second part of the GT2
and a pass
field.
going on in GT2, Gisela making a move on Holt, so that's core past Infinity Esports.
Well, they don't need that now, because they just had that off in turn 2, well, turn 3 technically, and lost basically the lead, or second at worst. That car looks like a kind of BMW art car mock-up in a way.
It does, interesting livery that Core are running at the moment. Shows how long I've been away.
Nice and asymmetric.
Shows how long I've been away. I remember when they had various different animal-looking things on the side of their car.
Oh my god, they haven't had that for like 3 years.
I've been away for a while as Isaac Price pushing back to catch up to Goik at the moment, just set what looks to be the fastest middle sector and really closed up the gap as Goik actually ran wide in that previous corner.
The problem is just following through that last chicane is an absolute pain. You've got buggy curbs everywhere, XRs, and I don't know, it's not in favour of buggy curbs. The FZRs are much more planted on them.
The FZR's a much softer car.
I wouldn't say it's softer, but I don't know, honestly if you drive it over those curbs, it feels like it weighs like 3 times as much. The XR, its lowest speed, it feels like nothing's pressing it actually down on the ground sometimes. At least that's what I've experienced since I changed wheels. And I was very upset.
Which wheel have you changed to recently then?
A Fanatec 911 GT2.
Ah, I've just gone...
And anything that's rear engine feels awesome, anything that's front engine now feels horrible.
I've just gone from a G20, sorry, the same as you, I've gone from a G27 but to a Thrustmaster T500.
Yeah, I can't drive with that thing.
What, the T500?
Yes. Paddles are all wrong.
And it's get one of the special wheels for it.
Oh yeah, you could, but have to pay more.
Yeah, that's what I did. And now I'm poor, but the wheel's really nice. So I even got the shifter. It's like I've got no money, but the wheel feels great.
Oh, Trolle and Sela making a move on Trolle for position. That's third in GT2.
It's third. Yeah, it's pretty
Trolle's
tricky.
gonna come back at him.
If you saw that, Trolley had to hit the brakes in the middle of a flat-out banked corner to make sure that he didn't bump him.
Oh, yeah, but he's not taking any liberties there.
Right, bit of contact made.
I'm not sure about that, but he certainly did leave more space than was needed.
Oh, 55.
That's Asex Motorsports in a pit. Probably to.
Price. Goik! Price! Goik pushing Price down onto the tri-oval going into turn 1. I said the tri-oval. Off of the banking, rather. These guys racing probably a bit too hard for 13 minutes into a 24-hour race.
And especially because it's not like Compt need the lead. Oh, Price with the better traction out of that footer. Side by side through that double left-hander. This is going to be interesting. Ooh, that was very close. They should really be a bit more patient, I think.
Yeah, well, I think Price really did have the move done going towards the bank corner. Goik just closed the door on him. Probably not quite a fair racing move, but it'll be looked into if it needs be.
Price has the draft. Price is gonna have the draft. 100% convinced of it, and they've got the first of the GT2 cars in front of them as well.
Yeah, Price gonna have to. Again, it's so strategic making a move down this front stretch here at Kyoto because of the speed you're doing, and if you overtake straight away, the other person's gonna have overtaken you again before you hit turn 1.
Yep, and didn't have the line for it this time. As long as he keeps getting forced on the outside, it's really difficult. But now Goik's getting held up by a GT2 of Mafia Racing, which looks like it's been redesigned somewhat.
Oh, and Price
in a shed. Ah!
He pulls out only to find GT2 in the way.
Oh, this is going to be very, very interesting now.
Goik's one.
Oh, bro, Goik's on the grass. Goik's on the grass. Price is going to go past easy now, surely.
Not quite.
Can't.
Oh. Whoa! These guys. Someone needs to get onto the comms to them saying, you know that this is a 24-hour race, not a 24-minute race.
Goik's run wide. Goik's run wide.
There we are. Price has got it done there.
I'm not even sure that was, if it wasn't half intentional to run wide like that.
You'd think, I mean, at this stage, surely Goik just wants a bit of clear track and to turn laps as opposed to race speed. It's allowed the two genuine racing cars to catch up massively.
But, well, the scenario I calculated is that the only scenario I calculated, because I'm not one of these championship, this is gonna happen if, people, if Jenna were to lead the entire race at all points where you get given points, oh dear. Then Conquest would only have to be 4th not to win the title, and at the moment they're much higher than 4th.
Yeah.
Oh, this is very close.
Looks like Isaac misread a bit of the traffic coming through over the start line there and has lost the position back out to Goik again.
The Goik's got the world's widest car right now. But how wide is your car? 40 meters. He's really placing it very well. I didn't see about that turning. I didn't see that turning thing, but on the infield, he's placing it very well so far.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are obviously at the top of their game in LFS, so in terms of car positioning and whatnot, they know what they're doing. It's Walsingham in 3rd position.
Oh, Goik
right
on the grass! And Price is gonna have to run. And again is given the outside. And of course no chance against FZR brakes in that corner.
The XRR just so much more slippery coming up onto the banking.
Yeah, it's those buggy curbs. If it bugs your car, then you're bugged.
Well, another danger as well is, say if you've got a bit of like toe or camber damage off of it, and then you're starting to run the tyres into dangerous territory as Price goes to the inside.
Got the inside this time. Maybe he can block the low line this way around, or this way.
Wow, boy, that was too much. That was way too much.
Very aggressive using the draft there, and he's gonna be displaced into P2 for now.
I wouldn't be surprised if he comes under attack from Walsing. I mean, he was way too aggressive moving up out of the draft there and lost far too much momentum.
Well, on a straight that would have worked. Not when you've got so much load going through the car that's gonna slow it down.
And now they're on the back of Remco Major. Price making easy work of him. Wonder if it's going to be quite so easy for Goik.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
I think he should be able to go around the outside, or not. Oh, Major doesn't mind much if he's there or not. He just drives. Oh, on the grass. Oh, Walsingham. Oh dear.
Is Walsingham going to have a go? He is. He's going to go to the outside and not get it done. But he's going to try his luck. Oh, Goik, that was squeezing. He deserved that.
He deserved that, yeah, indeed. He tried to squeeze him off the track.
I mean, yes,
in the words of Fernando Alonso, all the time you must leave the space.
Yeah, Goik certainly didn't. And, you know, yes, there's more curb later in that braking zone, but he just didn't wait. He put him straight on the grass, and
yeah, he did it
having none of it.
He did it a few meters too soon. And he locked up his left front. Although, shouldn't be a problem in the FZR. The front tyres last about 2 years on that thing.
Oh, and Gisela and Dakovic have had contact. Gisela into the lead of GT2.
Ooh, so...
Talk about a fight back. From halfway down the field back up to first in a matter of about 19 minutes.
Yeah, they're probably thinking, why isn't this the last lap?
Yeah, I wish I could have done that at the point where it really mattered.
Oh, actually no, it wouldn't be enough, because Virus is obviously second and Core Racing have to make up 30 points plus.
Unless they need Virus to catch fire, effectively.
Yeah, basically you have to catch fire and burn, like in the latest Top Gear episode, or they have to wait for the Top Gear police department to blow them up with a tank. Yeah.
The frustrating thing is that the Top Gear police department was probably more effective than most police departments. So...
Not at chasing! Not at chasing!
Yeah, not at chasing. Kevin Loy and Peter Goik, Petter, oh, I've probably got that wrong. Piotr, there we are. I was close, not quite. So Loy obviously, you know, just holding his line, which is entitled to do so, but it's holding up some of the faster cars. And Goik probably wanting to get back past Walsingham at the moment.
I think he'd be pretty cheesed off about that one.
Yeah, well, again, it was due to him squeezing that he got unsettled into the corner's braking zone, so you can't really feel so. Oh, and we've got some lag there. Who was that? Mikkola.
Whoever it was,
it was Mikkola in the 88, so that's Iron Club XRR in GT2.
Yeah, and they're one of the championship contenders, don't forget.
Race control to the pit wall, race control to the pit wall. Car 88 is exhibiting some instances of lag. We're not going to make him change yet, but do be aware when you're approaching him and around him.
Ooh, and more like that, just as we had our race controller come over the team speak there to the rest of the drivers, just a bit of a heads up on the lag being exhibited by the 88 car, and it seems to be continuing.
Yeah, bloody internet.
Walsingham breaking free of Goik at the moment, so that early charge from the Conquest Racing FZR being somewhat swatted away as Price just tries his absolute best to run away off into the distance.
I would think this is an XR circuit. It isn't really, to be honest. because, well, you would think XR, oh dear, it's long straights, there's a few fast turns, XR is going to poon. Nope, not really. And with the same kind of downforce, the SLR is even faster on top speed, so...
The really bad news for Isaac Price is he is now getting into the bulk of the GT2 build.
The GT2 first half.
Yes. It must be a right pain in the backside for the GT1 drivers who have probably prepared themselves to find a big lump of GT2s once, and now because of that start incident are finding big lumps of GT2s everywhere.
Yes. Ooh, this is actually a bad place where Price is passing, because this is really, you know, the corner is just blind on engine and it's so wide and gets so narrow once you go through it. It can be really dangerous.
And not only that, you've got to remember that through the tighter corners at least, the GT2 cars probably have a little bit more stability and grip than the GT1s.
Well, they've got the R2s.
Yeah. Well, the
not
type
the
compounds
same,
aren't the
that's the
same, they
point.
just have the
That's
same
the
available.
point.
Yeah, there we go. I've obviously been away too long, I've not got a clue what I'm on about.
But the tyre compounds are still the same, they're early 2009 tyres.
Yeah. How long until we get the eco tyres off the Siroccos? That's what I want to know.
I want to get the run flat tyres off a Toyota GT86. I think that would spice this up.
Yeah, run flats, so you can actually get a puncture and survive.
Yeah.
Goik's still diving left and right through the traffic. It's great to watch. I mean, ridiculously aggressive for 20 minutes into a race, but really good to watch.
Well, that's the thing. What happens if you have one class with way more cars than the other? Wonder how much time it's going to take Askinen to catch up with the number 8. Because that's the direct fight. Although it's not really a direct fight because there need to be positions between them to actually make a difference. But yeah, wow, dicing left. This is like, I don't know. It's like F1 with Minardi having about 8 teams entered.
What I wouldn't give to see that be a thing.
Oh, Giancarlo Minardi would be delighted.
Just F1 where every other driver minus the front two is Max Chilton.
Well, at least they would finish all the races. We've got Dorelli versus Garcia, Scuderia Gas versus Mafia Racing, yes.
All in contact between Jackner and Hoxer back in the field, so more troubles with the passing of the slower class there. Still side by side between Gratier and Dorelli.
And Dorelli's got the high ground out of it. Those cars look very second-hand.
Yeah.
Then they're in the GT2 submission, which is I crashed at the start. Can you help, please?
Maybe it's just a privateer entry, and they get privateer entries. They get all the second-hand parts off the teams that haven't crashed yet.
Oh dear. Sounds like really dodgy banger racing.
Well, that's what it was off the start for most of the GT2 fields.
Or HRT in 2012. Oh, 88, oh, lack again. He disappeared there again, and he's in a fight with 62. And 62 being in a draft of 88, the last thing he wants to know is for him to disappear. Oh like dear, that. Not like that. Yeah, like that.
Left, right, and centre. It's just, I would not want to be behind that car.
Honestly, I wouldn't wait for the draft this time. I would just try and pass him because
it's just weaving over the tracks. He doesn't know where he's going to come back.
Oh dear, dear, dear. This is really dangerous, actually.
Oh, got an alert for the admins from the who's that? 52 was it? No. What am I missing?
No one's in the gravel.
The 62 car was just alerting. Ah, the 62 car would be the car that's following the laggy guy.
Yes!
Ah, that would make sense. I mean, that lag is a fantastic defense mechanism to cars actually coming past you, as was just proven. Who needs to run defensive lines when you
it's also a perfect excuse, you know. You can say, oh, I came first in my race, just no one saw me.
Actually, we were talking about the number 9 catching up to the number 8, and that has been happening quite substantially over the last few laps. can see now the visual difference in gap between Goik and Taskinen.
Yeah, indeed. Actually going to be interesting. I think I'm going to look at Conquest's top speeds to see what kind of downforce they're running, because apart from going flat out on our oval, it won't be affected by anything.
And looking back to what's that going to be? I'm just trying to figure out the position here. 8th and 9th in GT2, and Kevin Loy has made a move on Motojutis of Last Lap Motorsports, who's immediately back in the draft. Less lag going on here, so can the 62 move his way back past the number 56 car?
Depends. If Loy's low line's going to be hard. Yeah, and he does. And unless he's got banzai brakes, that's not going to work. Nope. That's a Loy pass for now. Loy's car actually looks brilliant for having been in that start crash. It's only been knocked off on both fenders on the front. Doesn't have much damage. You could sell that on eBay.
And has Holt just gone past Trolley for 4th in GT2 with missed
He
out?
might have, yes. Well, I don't think it's us. It can't have been in this lap, because Trolley has done a faster split, and when you get overtaken and go offline, you tend to not be faster than the guy ahead.
Oh, and Taskinen on Goik is in the draft. Looking to the high side, entering turn 2. Not going to happen with Goik there. Yeah, no way past.
Very good brakes on that FZR. You can brake anywhere with that thing and it'll slow down. Ooh, bit of a slidey moment there.
Walsingham might be having a few troubles this lap. He looks to be losing a lot of time at the moment.
Not really.
Well, no, he's not. It's just me being mental, obviously.
He's just 2/10 down on Goik's.
Yeah.
And on Skinnan's as well. Well, 9X at the front are pulling away. We would have thought. Still right in behind Holt.
Yeah, closest battle on the track at the moment. Mine is probably Goik and Taskinen. They've opened up a bit of a gap again. Actually, further forward.
Yeah, indeed. Well, when it comes to GT2s, you know, this could well be the track for the World GT2 final World Cup thing, like, you know, they used to have with World Touring cars at Donington and God knows what circuits in the 90s. Because, like, there's barely any track that's more GT2 than Kyoto National.
Yeah. Well, it's so like you said earlier on, I think it's going to be difficult to call with the GT2 field. Yes, they're spread out, but there's so many of them, and we're yet to experience a disconnection, and that's when, you know, track position and how far
Never
ahead
mind
you are
disconnection.
really.
Never mind disconnection. What about driver changes? We don't know who else will be driving and how fast.
Very true.
Well, we do know who else is going to be driving.
Battle for third in GT1 hots up again as Taskinen's pulled himself back onto the rear end of Piotr Goik. Oh, big old dive to the inside there. Caught going right out, didn't even see it coming.
I think he kind of saw it coming. Just in time.
Oh! He can't turn into a car
Holy.
that's there.
Taskin goes to the inside and goes through. Unless Goik has an exceptional run out of turn 3, he's not gonna have it, no. It still doesn't change anything for the championship result though. At least for now. And car 69, 73, 88 and 55 will all get drive-through penalties. That's quite a list. Half the GT2 grid.
Yeah.
Car 69 get a drive-through penalty for not leaving sufficient room on the inside for car 52 at the start, and car 73, 88 and 55 are given drive-throughs for not attempting to slow down their cars in a yellow flag zone. So that's the start sorted.
Yep. Everyone getting their just deserves for ignoring the big yellow square.
There's no yellow square, it's just a message as a yellow flag.
Same thing. Although it does seem that in far too many racing situations, a yellow square or a yellow flag means speed up to most drivers. Obviously not been reminded that they're running in a proper racing series and not ARCA.
Robin is racing.
Yeah, tell that to Piotr Goik.
I didn't mean it like that, okay. Whatever you say. 88 already in to serve the penalty.
I guess that does at least get them out of the way of everyone else on the track with the lag.
I'm actually not sure that they're not even going to be last in class. They still have a train of absolute beginners also, but they still have a train of GT2s behind them. Well, when I say train, I mean a couple of cars. It's not actually a train.
73 in as well.
Yes, that's absolute beginners. Well, still only 23 hours and 25 minutes to go. It's almost finished.
Yeah. Push on for the lead, push on for the lead.
Oh, Dakovic and Thilo are kind of close, but I think that's not changed for a while.
No.
They're doing kind of the same pace, I think. Although it's kind of, I don't want to be rude, but it's kind of a bit odd to see the 61 up there, because I think they managed to score 13 points from 4 races.
Thank you, car 88
Which is-
and 73.
Which is a bit, I bet they would have had hope for more. Especially because, I mean, doesn't this demonstrate that they can be in the top 5?
Demonstrates that they can be in the top 3 and at the moment top 2 if they keep pushing on as they are. As the 55 completes his drive-through penalty as well.
Indeed.
Entered the pit lane for the drive-through in last place in class and exited the pit lane in last place in class.
69 also in for the drive-through. Just Mafia Racing. Their car also very upset from that crash at the start.
Thank you, 55 and 69.
That's all those drive-throughs out the way then.
Indeed, well, those drive-throughs at least.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, there
more to
won't be
come.
more.
Although, credit to the drivers, racing's been predominantly, you know, fairly good so far. Minus the start crash, everyone's been giving reasonable amounts of room, we'll say.
Well, room, let's say. Done.
Some.
Still very close to Kovic. Actually seems to be pretty much the closest thing, and battle behind between the Holt and Troller. Gonna be well, it's still gonna be quite a bit of time until we see the first real stops that weren't made because of having massive damage because you've flown into a wall and lots of other cars. GT2s should be expected, well, between, I'd say, the hour mark and an hour and 5 maximum. GT1s might actually, well, just about the same pretty much, maybe a tiny bit longer than that. Not really the most aggressive track on tires that days in the series, which is quite nice on the tires, but they can get very cold at the end, which makes for interesting handling characteristics, doesn't it, Oscar?
Yeah, it does indeed. I remember back when I was doing Live for Speed that I was always one to struggle with the tyres and their management, particularly in these endurance races, because you're moving the anti-roll bars around quite a lot just to make sure everything stays wearing where it should be, and I couldn't quite keep a thumb on it like you other guys could.
I don't know, at the moment, it's not like I have been super active. I have done, since the end of GT1 World Series, I have 8 races in LFS. There was actually quite a big time when I wasn't driving. There was like months at the end of last year where I wasn't driving at all.
Yeah, I think the last time I was out would have been Kyoto 250 of last year.
And it's a recurring. There's a car that's invisible again. Is that?
I think it's still the
that was
88.
88, yeah. But what I was gonna say is, you know, it's just it really seems like it's getting to the game now, you know, where everyone said, oh, LFS is dying, no one's racing anymore in like 2010, 11, 12. I think they actually would have had a reason to come in if it looked like it looked now, because turn it like you want, the 6 GT1 field is a bit pathetic. Even the World Endurance Championship has more cars in their GT classes. And they're the same specs, so they can actually race each other, which is an advantage.
I guess there comes a point where you say, if you've got less cars in one class than the World Endurance Championship has in its LMP1 class, you're doing it wrong.
Depends which year. If it's last year, then yeah, because at one point it only had 4 cars, and one of them would always be bound to come fourth because it was the Rebellion.
Poor Rebellion.
Still a great car. Like all Lola cars. Except for the MG Lola, that was ugly. But yeah, it just come back to the top point. It really seems like that someone flicked the switch out last year in August, when all league attendances went to absolute bits. You've had LFS kart with 7 to 8 cars. GT Masters fell through the floor. LFS kart Light fell apart completely as well. It was really, you know, that close to actually not having a league anymore because everything was going so badly.
I guess as well there's been talk on and off of moving to different sims.
But yeah, and there's been, I think every team, you know, is either suffering if they don't want to move. They're trying to prepare to move, and they're suffering for performance-wise because you cannot as easily concentrate on two things at once.
Yeah, I guess people spreading themselves too thin in the sense that they're practicing for 3 or 4 different things across 3 or 4 different simulators.
Oh yeah, I'm not doing it. I know some other people I know few people in general have tried iRacing at the end of last year. Some are still playing, some are not. It's just not, you know, it's just not very motivating. It's like the 7 circles of hell, you know. You start with a problem and that creates another problem, which makes the first problem worse, and that problem makes the other problem worse again. It's just, if you don't have the drivers, the interest goes down, and if the interest goes down, you have fewer drivers, and if you have fewer drivers, the interest goes down even more. And it's just never-ending circle. Unless something happens, you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it through... It's not like we can bring in new content, because we can't. LFS isn't moddable. We can't bring in new tracks. We can't really bring in new cars. We cannot give you any Scirocco's or Rockinghams or anything from mods or anything. And I don't think it matters,
I guess another thing
really.
to look at now is, even if, you know, pigs flew and miracles happened and S3 turned up as Tuscan moves close to Wilson, we'll keep an eye on that in the background. But even if that stuff was brought to Live for Speed now, would people A, be willing to pay the extra money for it, and B, would it actually give enough new content to the game for it to be worth playing again?
I don't see the first thing as a problem. Don't think it would be very expensive, especially if you consider that there are sims out there, Sim Raceway, who charge $38 for one car, being the McLaren MP44, which is the most ridiculous thing I have ever witnessed in my life.
Well, interestingly, they've run out of money now, so
yeah,
that's how that business model works for people.
Yes.
I mean, to an extent as well, I guess you could say iRacing have their cake and eat it with subscription and paid content.
Well, the thing is, the thing iRacing does, it has, you know, there are V8 Sanction Series and the NASCAR Sanction Series, and they've got the World Championship for $10,000, and they've got the Pro Series, and they've got, in my opinion, the system like way iRacing organizes non-league racing is almost perfect. I think that's better than anything you can do in public racing in any other sim. However, many people are not up to pay that price because it's not that cheap.
Well, I mean, if you've already, you know, put £500 out on a PC and another £200 out on a decent wheel,
then you have no money left.
Well, exactly. You're 700 quid out of pocket, and you're going to have to invest another 250 to get yourself everything you want in iRacing. Like, you know, 250 quid for a game, and then there's a recurring payment after that anyway. It just seems a bit excessive.
You know, if there was like a thing where you could, let's say, get everything half price, or get everything and the subscription lasts 3 times as long, and blah blah blah. If there were deals like that, I think it would be a lot better, but there clearly isn't, and at the moment it doesn't look like they're interested in that. Also got a battle going on for B5 in GT1, which is between LLM and Infinity. The yellow and green car of LLM, and then you've got the black car of Infinity Esports right behind them.
That's good. It just looks like Yakna's maybe lost his rhythm a bit and is getting a bit scruffy, which is allowing Largo to catch up. Largo's certainly not the quicker of the two, but keeping it cleaner at the moment.
Indeed, but the main issue is, you know, if you have the I don't know, it's like, you know, in the last year only did I actually have the feeling that it was going downhill with LFS, and it was actually, oh, and Conquest spin! Conquest spun on the bucky curb! Oh. No
Just
position lost.
I'm not sure if any of that small damage he's got is from those or his small contacts earlier, actually, so... Don't think he got any damage.
If it's wishbone damage, then it's definitely from contact, I think.
Yeah, I think he's
I
fine.
don't think he got damage from that. But yeah, the LFS business model works, but only if you update it. And once you stop updating it, sure, I'm still gonna play it for a while, but it's gonna become less and less and less and less.
And you hit that bridge where you have to go, well, R-Factor's not really a great sim, but it's so cheap and accessible. And it's so much scope, say, for different things to be done, whilst they stay within the same physics and quality and whatnot. But there's that much more scope there that the lack of updates for Live for Speed, or the slow update process, at least for things like R-Factor 2 and iRacing, and there's much more expensive prices. It's tricky.
I don't think R-Factor's the top tier sim anymore. Oh, 71 has a left front puncture. Car 71, that's Scuderia Gas. Have a left front puncture. No, that's very, very early. Only 47 into the race.
I mean, they've not got. They were involved in the start crash, but they've not got severe damage from it.
But the thing is, you can bend your suspension a tiny bit, but it doesn't cost 15 minutes of tire life on one tire alone. You can't tell me. Especially because the tread still looks okay. It looks like he's just
maybe locked
through it. Just locked it up too much, yeah. But yeah, to come back, I think there are gonna be two top tier sims, which are iRacing and Assetto Corsa. And Assetto Corsa has more potential than anything ever in the history of the world.
Yes, and it has lots of potential. I don't think anyone's ever going to retract from that. But what it doesn't have is much content or multiplayer. So
it has more content than LFS.
Yeah, so the most, pre-alphas.
It's got more cars, it's got more tracks, and the laser scan don't exist.
True. No one's really taken away from that, although no one's necessarily ranking LFS as a sim that's particularly desirable.
Not anymore, no. I think those years are way gone by when you had LFS being an ESL Pro Series, and LFS being in God knows in how many championships, and LFS Series and ESL being supported by Intel and so on and so forth. That's way gone by. That was 7 years ago this year that LFS left the ESL Pro Series, which just seems like it doesn't seem like that long, but it is. And this year, this year it's going to be 7 years since we actually had new tire physics.
It has been a long old time for Live for Speed.
I think it's going to end up being like Grand Prix Legends, where there are 10 people playing it even 10 years after.
Yeah, probably.
Because there are still series in Grand Prix Legends.
There are. In fact, hotly contested and decent grid size series in Grand Prix Legends.
They're bigger grids than a GT1 class.
Very true. Even NASCAR Racing 2003 has its followings. And
Oh yeah.
you got stuff like that, and
GTR2 as well.
GTR2 is still used regularly, actually, as is GT Legends. So it's not like there's not winning formulas. It's just that Live for Speed had the winning formula 4, 5, 6 years ago.
And then it stopped updating it.
Yeah, it's fallen flat on its face, unfortunately, and it's not a nice thing to see, because everyone involved. Well, that's another thing as well. Everyone who's currently involved in Live for Speed started here. It's just sort of that emotional connection to, well, this is where I started out, so I've got to come back really as Lavrikov turns up to take over.
That's
the
also very early.
Yeah, lots of motorsports.
Very, very early. And their tires don't really look it, but actually they've got the right front camber damage, and their tires we are running completely in the middle, so I guess maybe it's because of that, just to get the damage away.
Yeah, do the damage, get some new tires, and then do a longer stint, I guess.
But yeah, everyone I know from LFS started in LFS. Well, boo-hoo, wouldn't have thought that. But it kind of makes it hard to leave.
It does. Even I find myself coming back, so...
I don't know, it's just like someone beating someone else in the street. Can't watch it. but you can't look away.
It's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, I forgot what I was actually gonna say, and that's the only thing I could think of.
Koskinen in to take over from the leader.
Yasila. Oh, Lavrikov actually disconnecting. That's true. Gracia, well, he had a takeover. Koskinen also disconnecting. When I look at the GT2 front and the tire life, I would say Core's looking very good actually.
Well, despite the spin and having to push to get through the field.
But it didn't spin. They only on the grass. They didn't spin. They only went off. When I see front tires, I would say the worst one in the top end of GT2 is Holt on the right front. That's already very fit.
Yeah, got a few more minutes to make it last though.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, it's not gonna be a comfortable end to the stint. But you're, as we said, pretty thin right front. But yeah, Core's looking very good at the front with their tyre wear actually. It's not balanced in a GT2 car with R2s around here. It's not often balanced because you would have to compromise base to balance the tyre wear, and you would have to compromise balance to balance the tyre wear, and you don't want to compromise either of those. Plus, it's not a problem really. If you just drive the tires and they wear as you drive, it's fine. It would be more of a problem if you had to take on worn tires, if you could double stint them or something.
Oh, and Largo and Jachner again. I think that looked probably a bit close to it. Was Largo making a dive bomb there on one of the GT2 cars?
Ooh, and Jachner having a bit of a problem there with the bucky curbs. Got bugged. But don't think it's quite enough yet for... Oh, is it for Largo? I don't think so. But yeah, you know, at least we have tire-wise pretty even field. We've got all the GT1s on R3, we've got all the GT2s on R2.
Yeah, well, Kyoto, one of those tracks that tends to lend itself to that, particularly on its shorter configuration.
Oh yeah, well, Kyoto is R2 territory for the GT2s. Absolutely, you know, you're absolutely gonna compromise yourself if you don't run them. And I mean, especially here, I think you would probably be called a lot of names if you wouldn't run GT2 cars on R2s.
Yeah. It's just such a low wear track. And you were saying earlier that this is in the chat, so not on the broadcast, as Largo right in the draft of Jachner at the moment, saying that most of these cars should be able to easily push the stints over 1 hour.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially the GT1s. Well, it also depends on how aggressive you drive. I think XRs have more tyre problems than the Estadars here, simply because you have to, the way you set up the XR, the way it uses its front tyres, and the Estadar, you know, you can what I would personally do at least, I would set it up really low on the front downforce, and I would make sure that in the first at least third to 40% of the stint it would use the fronts more than the rears, you know. And that would be actually quite a nice way to get, because you can see on guys, well, you out there watching can't see, but on Guy's car when we look at the tire menu we can see that the rears are just a bit more worn than the front, so they actually got reasonable wear balance there. Not bad, but well, it's rarely ever perfect, so it's fine. So no complaints about that from their side.
Well, Goik was drifting the circuit for the first 30 minutes or so. We've got the 88 in at last. Is someone going to take over? I think so. Who's it gonna be?
Yeah,
Oh, and if he lags,
Pitilev, or whatever. Or however you're saying his name. I'll get it wrong inevitably anyways.
oh, that's
Let's
a big
see.
old lag though.
Let's hope he doesn't time out my... ooh. Takeover done. They're safe. Well, unless he lags as well, that would be quite bad.
That would be some rotten luck.
That would be fate kicking you in the backside.
Someone who we've not mentioned for a while, Isaac Price, currently leads by 12.5 seconds. So after that early battling with the Conquest car, really pushing himself off into the distance.
Yeah, he's also got what I just said about the XRs. He's got quite a nicely worn right front. Because this track, I don't know, you know, this track would be perfect America road course because it's only got 3 right-handers. And the only reason it's got those is because otherwise it couldn't be a full circle without being an oval.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to put in too many right-handers, otherwise you can scare the Southerners.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, it makes for very interesting, let's say, tyre heats because you're really struggling to get to motivate the left front or both left side tyres to heat up at all. On the GT2s it's easier, you know, you've got the R2s, they flex a lot when they've got when they're fresh and they've got tread on them. It's actually quite nice, but GT1 not so nice.
Still will be interesting to see now as we head towards the 1 hour mark if anyone's going to be spouting surprise punctures.
Well, not in GT1 I'd hope. GT2 I think I can almost guarantee it. As long as we see no Daytona prototype
Sugar.
As long as we don't see any Daytona prototype style punctures, it should be fine.
Yeah.
And also, it's just done a blunder.
Yeah, I have. I've just done a bad thing.
A vuvuzela, that's what you...
Oh, and Holt's causing a yellow flag. So that's... Puncture.
Holt's got a right front puncture. So yeah, I thought it looked quite good.
We were just talking about the punctures.
It went. It didn't go much further. It was lap 31 when I said it was thin, and now it's lap 35. So it didn't even last.
It's
4
lap
more
35
laps.
and it's gone into turn 2. So.
But at least he went straight on into the wall.
Yeah, very nice thing to do.
He's gonna be overtaken by Vink in the second core car now, which is also very nice and asymmetric. Leader in as well. You still are driving into the pits. Let's hope he doesn't get a drive. Pit entry is actually quite nice because you arrive at about 200 something kilometers an hour and you have to brake to 80.
Yeah. Oh, another
61
one.
also right front puncture, so here we go.
That's world-class lines. They were 3rd in class.
Not that nice to get a right front puncture with so many left-handers. Oh, Largo and LLM are at it again, Yachna and Largo. Whoa, Largo! How the hell did he do that? He just did a conquest there. Somehow carried the speed around the outside and went past. However, not as spectacularly, to be honest.
And that's another puncture for the 73.
Oh dear.
Front
yeah,
left
73.
on the SLR. 73, that is absolute beginners.
Oh, Djokovic coming through. Djokovic going past. At least there's a big yellow car, so you're gonna see it.
Mafia Racing entering the pit lane for a pit stop as well.
I'm gonna see whether they fixed their car.
You'd think so in a 24-hour race, just for the peace of mind of not having the puncture.
Nope, they didn't.
Oh, they didn't. Yeah, never mind then.
53 Orson, that's Seth. Didn't they pit right after the start? Oh, and they've got a puncture on pit entry! They've got a puncture on the pit entry!
Not a bad time to get it, to be honest.
No, but that was very squirrely on the brakes.
Not surprised.
Absolute beginners Orson, and it's gonna be a drag race down the pit lane against Team Virus. Oh, Goik already in! That's very surprising.
I didn't think he was in too much trouble with his tyres.
But he wasn't, that's the point.
And Largo's gotten past Yakner as well recently.
Didn't exactly stretch the envelope there.
Oh! And Taskinen's past Walsingham as well.
Indeed. And they're coming up to Jeff GT2s again. It spread very quickly because of that start crash, to be honest.
That's dumb.
Spread quicker than swine flu. It's unbelievable. Oh, Djakovic in. Car 54.
Not a bad call, given the number of punctures we've seen over the last 2 laps.
Yeah, but look, they're at an hour and 4. They've the hour easy. No problem
not
at
a
all.
problem.
Although their right front looks a bit second hand after it probably was a good idea to pit now and not go another lap, but but they've done it, at least they did. Oh, there we go.
One or the other, Nicky, it doesn't matter.
Now the lead GT2 car is now Winkler in the 66 core car. He hasn't pitted yet.
No, but his front right's looking interesting as well.
I can't tell how thick it is, it's all the same colour.
Not very, would be my guess.
Oh, now I can. I don't know, I carefully predict it's gonna last this lap.
Cautiously predict that it might. Because if it doesn't, he's in trouble.
Yeah. Well, he's still got his great asymmetric skin, which I think looks awesome, but I don't think it'll help him much. It really looks like one of these BMW art cars. Couldn't tell you which one though, because I can't tell them apart anyways. Unless I see them.
Was it the old Group
M1?
5
Group
3? No, not M3, 320.
No, I really don't know.
Guess we'll have to look it up later.
It's got
Once some
price in the
next
pits,
in the box. Yeah.
From the lead.
Wonder if the genuine racing cars will follow him in. Telkler's taking over.
Taking over, yes.
Yeah.
Yachner also in for LLM. But yeah, I'm very surprised about that early stop from Goik. I really would have thought, looking at their tyres, that they maybe, are going for the longer strategy.
Winkler, not cautiously, staying out.
Oh well. Caution when that's the core car that's actually not in the championship, so
Yeah, I guess they could go for a more risky strategy and just hope to move forward, couldn't they?
yeah, indeed. However, their left front's also not very good, so I hope they don't do Toro Rosso and both the wheels fall off at the same time.
That would be funny.
Not for them, I bet. Toro Rosso Clown's car come back, but with, well, certain styling on the front end. That's mandatory this year.
It's a tricky topic to negotiate without saying something wrong. Wink.
Walsingham in the pits.
There we are. So obviously,
And Taskinen in the pit.
Inex signifying the start of the pit stop cycle for the GT1 XRRs there.
Yeah, all three of them. Largo in as well.
You say all three of them, that is half of the entire GT1 field.
Yes.
And here we are, Winkler diving to pit lane. So, leader from GT2. Heading in. And Tanskanen takes over from Taskinen. Oh, that's not going to be tricky, is it?
Depends how you look at it.
Well, if you look at it quickly, you'll get it
just
wrong.
lapped a car, a GT2 car in the lane. Isn't that awesome? Very nice pit exit here. You're right into the racing line. Something tells me that's gonna be maybe dangerous, but okay. All tracks do it. Still not as dangerous as SO4, I think. SO4 still has the best one. Closely followed by every single reversed acid configuration.
Yeah, because the pit exit is just non-existent. It's tiny.
It's almost like the devs looked at the Dominik Park pit exit and thought, that's safe. Let's use that.
Or in some cases they've seen it and thought that that's too safe, let's make it more dangerous. You'll never have an accident with someone leaving that pit lane. Let's tighten it up a bit and make it shorter.
Yes. Do you remember the old pit exit at Montreal?
The one that was just straight out onto the racing line?
Yes. Where Schumacher pitched off Frentzen in '98.
Yeah, well that one was just like it's on the racing line and in a braking zone. It's like
it was right out on the racing line. There was no line there, and it was the best pit exit I've ever seen.
Any pit exit where you knock off your rival is obviously a successful one.
Yes,
so they're not going anywhere after that.
I think he got a penalty for it, but it wasn't a big one. And I think they had to because it was just so blatant his fault. Oh, I'm out of the pits. Oh, was there somebody else? No, not anymore. Yeah, all GT2 cars have pitted now. At least once. All GT1 cars have also, so all the cars have pitted basically. Just wasting my time here saying which classes.
I think we've got the cycle complete.
Yes, well for now.
Yeah.
Later on we won't have a cycle anymore. Later on it will be like a buzz around on a quiz. Just pit stop randomly everywhere.
Tell you which team's lost out the most from their punctures and whatnot through the pit stops. It's probably Infinity GT2, who were running in a very strong fourth.
Yeah, well they basically did a lap with a puncture. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. I guess the trick would be to just not get punctures.
Yeah, I think
not bad advice, is it?
Yeah.
Probably easier said than done. I remember, must have been 2010, 2011, GTAL at South City, and I managed to, in one lap, puncture both my rear tyres in an FZR. That's always fun, puncturing two rear tyres.
Oh yes.
I'm sure there was another event at a similar time. Couldn't tell you which track. It might have been AS4, where someone was driving around with 3 punctures at ETAL.
That was GT2 World Series, and that was Team Even and Inex. And he just ran out of tires before the race ran out of distance. And I think he did the last with 3 punctures, yes.
Always entertaining when that happens.
No. I wrote myself, but I for sure think that it wasn't entertaining for them. So to remind everybody, if you want to see timing for this race, or well, the tracker, as we call it, because it tracks things, it's tracker.newdimensionracing.com. Or if you don't like things starting without www, you can also go to www.newdimensionracing.com/tracker. Alternatively, if you have questions, feel free to ask in the broadcast thread on LFS forum. There's a nice thread in the general discussion section with a really long name, so you can't miss it.
Yeah, as per usual with an LFS event, plenty of stuff to keep you up to date with the goings on in the race. Always nicely set out. And you could almost argue that that's probably the best thing to come of the lack of content in Live for Speed, is the amount of user-made plugins and all sorts of stuff like that. Where the community really has built Live for Speed into a much better game than it was.
Well, yeah, but you could say that about any game. You could say that about R-Factor. And, oh, you've got 52 versus 61, that's Mayor and Katila in GT2 fighting.
Yeah, Katila's lost out quite a lot as well through the pit stops.
And they just tried to put each other in the wall from the looks of it. Mayor gets the possession for now. But yeah, if you look at other games like R-Factor, if there wasn't a plug-in to run endurance races and practice sessions now, that would be a bloody disaster. GTR2 would be a disaster with without all the user-made stuff. Pretty much all the games, except iRacing. But they're a disaster without user-made content at times. For example, when it comes to trying to fake cars that you don't have a license for. Although Oscar probably knows more than I do. Oh my god, until I make contact! Holy moly! Right in front of the GT1 leader, and he's gonna try to go through that.
It's just gonna as well.
I would have waited. I would have waited. I would have gone through.
Telclet, it's not like you've got a massive lead or anything, but you really didn't need to do that. And was you're already going defensive.
Indeed.
Whilst this incredible battle rages on, I'm going to have to bid farewell for the time being from the commentary box, and in to replace myself is Safety Car Steve.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Hello,
Hello,
Oscar,
Don.
hello, Dom.
Hello, goodbye. I shall see you all later.
Ooh, still very close between Mayor and Katila. Mayor again gets the inside line for the first corner. Pretty much electric loud last time what happened just now. Except they didn't try and crash each other into the wall. Question is whether Mayor can keep far ahead enough to not be again under attack from that WCL car. It's got the absolute beginner's car to lap now, the yellow and black Fs that are in front of him! Whoa! I'm not sure if he didn't hit him there.
That was a bit too close for comfort, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I think he just about didn't hit him. But I think that's probably because his nose is caved in. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure he would have. And Catilla is again just there.
He's right in the draft, and as we've seen before in this race, because of the long banking section, he's having to lift off to avoid getting out of the draft and ahead too early. They're side by side, and the 61 Katia gets ahead into turn 1 up to 5th place in GT2. Monsieur down to 6th, and he's got Holt in the number 78 car, Infinity car, at a reasonable gap behind him, but you wouldn't want him to be too much closer. If you are just joining us, Inex Racing lead here at the 24 Hours of Kyoto, the final round of the GT World Series. Telcler on board the number 1 car, and he's got a 16.6 second lead over the first of the genuine racing cars in the GT1 class. Meanwhile, Core Racing lead GT2, Juicer on board ahead of Niki Jakovic. Again, there's a big lead in that class as well. race just settling down into an hour. We're an hour and 22 minutes in after the feisty stop between Goiken as it priced for the lead of the race overall. Let's take a little look through the positions as they stand. In GT1, we've got Inex Racing leading, Genuine Racing second and third in that class, Conquest fourth, Infinity Esports fifth, Last Lap Motorsports sixth and last in the class. In GT2, the far more populated class in this race, Core Racing lead, and Team Vira's second and third, Core also fourth, World Class Lines fifth, Last Lap Motorsports sixth, Infinity Esports seventh, Savage Team Sports in eighth, Last Lap Motorsports P9 Iron Club round out the top 10. Got Mafia Racing 11th, Scuderia Gas in 12th, FNC Team Sports 13th, Absolute Beginners 14th, and A6 Motorsports in 15th place. Got a fight for 11th in G2, and so we've got Mafia Race trying to hold off the Scuderia Gas car, the 71 car, heading into the hairpin on the infield in the final sector, right on the tail now. It's the Barto on in the 71 car. Palacios in the Mafia Racing car. No good at pronunciations at all there. The gap is right down. He's just almost within range of the slipstream, we'll find out. Heading through the oval turn 1, yep, he's right on the tail now. It pulls out, they're side by side. Still side by side. Will we give in? No, they're still side by side for into turn 3. And he hasn't quite been able to make it work around the outside there. Slight contact. And again the 71 It does seem a lot faster at this stage of the race, so it feels fairly inevitable it'll get past eventually, but can he do it cleanly? Almost side by side through the long right hander, turn 8. Again, not able to get past. Barto actually got a pretty poor exit from the chicane, had to back himself out of it to stop himself slamming into the wall coming onto the oval. So he's not, it doesn't seem like he's in range of the slipstream this time, but so the position's safe for now. And this is just helping the Iron Club car, the 88 car, just solidify its position in 10th place in the class, which is just ahead of these two. Oh, but a mistake going out of turn 3 from the 69 car helps. Got to back up again, about up the inside, but hasn't quite managed to make that work. Place does seem to have a lot of cosmetic damage. Left front in particular, that car, the left front tyre, clearly visible from the outside when looking from the front. But he's managed to hold a position for now. Again on the oval, not quite in range of the slipstream it seems, as he's got, I think that's Thilo, the race leader, coming up to put him another lap down, although of course they are in different classes. Question in from Mr. Mouseman LV, asking how often we expect the safety car will be used in this race. But it's the only reasonable times you'd expect a safety car is when there's a car stuck in the gravel, unless it's a big incident like on the front straight at the start of the race in GT2 as we saw earlier. Now, I think as the field gets more and more spread out, as it is now, the chances of a big accident like that are minimised a lot. There is of course the possibility of drivers putting it in the gravel either when trying to get past another car or on their own, which can happen later on, but it doesn't seem like that's how these guys are doing it. They're not chucking at the scenery that much. So I would have thought not that many, but then having one, as we know, caution breeds caution, so you never know. There's also the possibility of a car flipping on curbs. For example, at turn 4, the centre of gravity on the XR is very high, so it can flip there, but so we haven't needed it thus far. But mistakes can happen, especially on buggy curbs. I haven't really answered the question per se, but I would have thought it's not that likely there'll be many, but we could see a few, one or two maybe. But I'm being told that in last year's 24-hour race we had 2 safety cars, and at Aston a few weeks ago there were none at all in the 12 hours. So if the drivers behave themselves and don't make critical mistakes, then we can avoid safety cars for sure.
Hello, Steve. I figured I'd join you in the commentary box for a little bit while Dom's away and while Oscar's doing his racing.
Absolutely. We've had a replacement driver just join the server. Oh, and he's solved that riddle. Wisniewski, I guess it is. 54 car, which is second in class. It'll be strange to hand over pit stop, and obviously it's a mistake on his part for joining.
Sometimes other team drivers will come in just to kind of check out how the car is, maybe see how maybe they'll come in and they'll look at how the other car's damage might be, whatever. We don't really like it, but we also don't really prohibit it. As long as they're not loitering. If they come in for 10, 15, 20, maybe 30 seconds and then leave, it's not really any problem. It's not that much of a stress on the server. It's not that much of an issue. If they do it too much, time will ask them to refrain. If they loiter, we'll boot them out. It's kind of a way they can kind of get info because the drivers obviously really can't switch around to other cars while they're racing. Of course, starting in a little bit, it's the 12 hours of Bathurst from Mount Panorama in New South Wales, Australia. I know that's streamed live, so you can also split your time between watching us and them.
Indeed, very, very different circuits, Mount Panorama and Kyoto. Definitely you can get a much bigger contrast between two circuits.
And of course, last weekend we had the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Which I think we also shall send our best wishes to Memo Gidley as he recovers from his injury suffered in that horrific crash in the first few hours of the Rolex. For Infinity Esports, having a spin, probably snagged the buggy curb at turn 3. Just that hairpin left-hander as you've entered the infield.
Hello again.
Have you put the fire out, Tom?
Yes. Just happens every couple of months that my house catches fire. It's always a problem.
It seems like
quite a
quite a
problem.
design flaw, really.
Yeah, that's quite a design flaw, yeah. Especially if something containing water is set on fire. That's actually, yeah, bit of a problem.
Ironic.
Yes. And now the bathroom ceiling looks like, I don't know, looks like a cave.
I think we need to get you a fireproof house, Tom.
It's fireproof, just the bathroom isn't.
Tom, the question was asked earlier by Mouseman LV.
Yes.
Steve, how many safety cars do you expect in this race?
1.
Steve dodged the question. He just explained how a safety car would be deployed, like what would cause it.
And that would
I
be
said
fairly
it'll be
unlikely,
one.
but having 1 or 2 would be expected, but any more would be quite strange.
But with the reduced grid size, you know, I think it's very unlikely.
I have some business to attend to, so I will leave you two to banter jovially among each other.
Oh, 1 hour even, hour and 41, well 42 into the race now, which is nice. Oh, Thilo almost runs out of route trying to lap hold. Just about caught that in the corner of my eye. Tried to brake, go past on the braking for the hairpin, and well, he went past, but past the apex. And Holt just overtook him again, because what else could he have done? Not gonna wait for him, is he? Have you mentioned how points are allocated in this race?
I have not yet, no.
Well, basically, this is a double points race, but as a double points race, the FIA way of double points races when it comes to FIA GT, which is you get half points at the 8-hour mark for your positions, you get half points at the 16-hour mark, and then you get another set of full points at the end of the race, which overall allocates the 5th points for a win, and of course 40 for second, and blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. Mafia Racing and Scuderia Gas battling in GT2. Not exactly for one of the... Oh! Where's Scuderia Gas going?
Oh! That was so close.
The hell! They're sent down on the apron. Oh, dive, dive, dive! Oh, that was a nice dive! Oh, and Mafia almost spins! Whoa! Okay. That worked, kind of.
These two were fighting a little bit earlier while you were away. This Scuderia gas car closed up, couldn't get past, and then just naturally dropped back a bit.
Well, there's your pit soon. There, right front is looking pretty second hand. Flores is on the server, yeah. So that's probably going to be a stop, which means that dive bomb was totally necessary now. But well, heck with it. Why not? Pretty much as expected, a very spread out race with... Well, it's really, you know, it may sound rude, but it's really, you know, it shows up really who is fast for quite high amount of lap and who isn't as fast. People who are fast, they're not.
Yeah, that's the natural way that these things work out when there's not much of a interruption from safety cars, and like you get long periods and the cream rises to the top, as they say.
Yeah, indeed. Core Racing still leading in GT2 quite convincingly. Virus and Virus, both the Virus cars, 54 and 63, quite a bit behind. Then we've got the second core car, ironically, so top 4 in GT2 is made up of 2 teams, and we've got Catilla of World Class Lions. A lot of 2-car teams in this, so it would be horrible to imagine what it would be like if there weren't. Would probably be a bit more empty, I think. We've got we would have 5 in GT1 except for 6. We would have let me figure it out. I think we would have fewer cars in GT2, so it actually wouldn't be that big, but still considerable. You also have to consider that there's a lot of teams who had second cars through the whole season, and they're not having them here because they don't have the drivers for them.
Indeed, that's the big logistical problem with a 24-hour race. It needs more drivers. If you're having a 6-hour race, you can get through it with 2 or 3. But here, you need a minimum of 4 to make it work, really, don't you?
Yeah, well, let me remind you who's not here. We had a couple of LLM cars in GT2 which aren't here. We have another Virus car which isn't here. We have another Conquest car which isn't here. We have 2 more World Class Lions cars which aren't here. We have, well, basically we've got lots of second cars and third cars that aren't here. and it's just really showing LFS up, because a couple of years ago, you know, teams would have pulled out their own legs to take part in a 24-hour race, and it's just not really the case anymore. When you look back at the great days of Masters of Endurance, oh yeah, and the 08-09 season, especially when you had class efforts from in both classes, and from First Racing, and from God knows which teams. But those days are long gone. Although they don't feel like them, and well, going down. It's a bit like the FIA Sports Car Championship, well, the World Sports Car Championship, and the FIA Sports Car Championship actually, which was kind of the successor. They're both really dying off because of lack of cars, lack of entries.
Indeed, as you and Oscar were discussing in the earlier stages of the race, it's sort of natural really that it will happen when the game doesn't get updated for year after year after year.
Yeah, indeed, and it's been, well, the last update was it 2013? I think it was. It wasn't. I'm gonna be careful and say it wasn't actually well, it wasn't a content patch. I can say that with a certain. And we haven't had a content patch since July 2008. June. I don't remember. It's one of them. Technically, you could say since the FBM came out, but there were some changes made to GTR cars, like XR got a bit of a revamp in 2008. Also in 2009, actually, the XR cars got a bit of a revamp with new wheels and new textures and better interiors. Class balancing got changed in mid-2008, but technically you could say there wasn't really a content update since December 07.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing LFS since about 2008ish, and I've never seen a new car or track come along in that time.
That's true. Last content update before that is even better, because the last content update before that was, I think, the BF1 and AS6 and AS7, because those weren't in the game since release. In case any of you thought they were, because they weren't. They were add-on track. Just like in S1 days when with South City Sprint 1 and Sprint 2.
And there was the update, of course, to have open configuration tracks, but
yeah, that really made a difference.
Yeah, it hasn't really scratched the surface of the issues faced.
Also because the PC performance, or the performance of the game, FPS rates on those open configs are just horrible compared to the normal configurations. You've just got the whole thing loaded, whole area, all the roads, all the configs, and they're just closed off like barriers and objects. So, yeah. I mean, for most people who buy PCs now, they buy them so that they can run lots of games in future years to come, but some people still have older PCs, and they're pretty pissed off about that lack of performance on open configs, as car 71 gets car 69 gets a drive-through penalty for blocking car 71.
Which presumably is the incident coming into the oval turn 1, where the 71 went down onto the apron and then suddenly back up onto the track and almost hitting the 69.
Yeah, so drive-through penalties, more of them, a lot of them. already quite a rate we built up. By the end of the race, surely we'll have one on average for each car. Which isn't the way it's meant to be, but if people are asking for them, then who going forward?
Yeah, I think this is looking at tracker, I think it's the 5th drive-through we've had for 21 cars in less than 2 hours.
I think it's the 6th, because there were 5 right at the start. That must be the 6th. I think. Could be wrong though.
Either way, it's quite a rate of drive-throughs. And we've got a battle developing now for 3rd in GT1. We've got the Genuine car and the Conquest car got on board. Right in his tail in the long right hand sweeper now. Walsingham in the 29 car, managing to keep ahead, but slightly out of range of a slipstream, perhaps. Doesn't look like Greg's going to have a run quite yet. And as I say that, he's really closed in now, but he's going to have to go around the outside in turn 2. And can't get it done. Traffic ahead could come to his advantage, Greg's advantage.
Traffic always plays the big role in these kind of races. Wow, very close with Wick and Goik there. Well, not that close, but it was close enough. SLR should technically be much better on the traction zones, although, you know, I am pretty sure what I can hear there every time Goik puts the power on is that the inside wheel is spinning up. Not in like that low but when he's cornering very hard, like for example in those 2 right-handers in the infield, and they both hit the wall. But in these 2 right-handers in the infield, I am pretty sure what I can hear there is the inside wheel spinning up. So whatever they're running is either not a lot of power locking on the diff, or not a lot of preload on the diff, or both. But it doesn't sound very nice, and it's not very good for your tires. It's not actually fast though, I think. Oh, but he's again in the same position as on the last lap. Again, gotta go to the outside. They're both running narrow into turn 1. No, can't go through there. Infield pits here is where you absolutely want to be in the draft, because that double left-hander is deadly. But at last sections, last section yesterday on Goik, they seem to really make up some meters there. There's a car really very settled through there, very balanced. Not that affected by the B curbs. On this particular run, it wasn't well, it wasn't really the creme de la creme of corner exits.
But at least they both managed to avoid smacking the outside wall that time.
Yes. A popular wall, that wall. And not doing themselves a favor though, by fighting each other. And again we have the situation. Oh, and going to go around the outside. No, runs too wide, runs deep and wide. And there we go again.
It's the third time that he's had a go, and each time he's stayed behind, so no luck as yet for Goik.
Yeah, so far he hasn't been able to get past.
Got a car up ahead, will that interfere at all?
For now, Walsingham's actually in the car pretty well with that. He's coming down to the inside line on the very late, which means that guy gets the draft a bit late. He gets it more sudden, but he gets it later, and that's probably part of the reason why it doesn't work for him that well.
Bit more traffic for them to deal with.
Yeah,
right
Baltiff's
before turn
there.
2.
Oh, don't go free wide into turn 2, please.
Fortunately, Botov saw them coming and sensibly kept to the right hand side.
Wow, massive rear locking there from Big. I'm very surprised to see them use second in that corner. I'm not sure if that's actually beneficial. In my mind, that's always been classic third gear turn, but seems to work for them, except for that rear locking they just had there. But it's not like I have every lap, so you could argue with that as well.
Yeah, it's not slowing them down terribly much, it seems.
Not really, no. Otherwise you would have already flown past. Happinen takes over from Holt in the 78 Infinity Esports GT2 car. Pretty much the closest battle on track that you have now, between 29 and 8. I'm Sonnen joining for number 77 Core Racing car. That's really gonna mean that they're gonna pit shortly. Mackie Omlin also joining for 63 Team Virus. So we're in the second round into the second round of pit stops for GT2. Who will rarely make it over the hour. You can make or have a setup rather that's a bit more conservative on the tire and will give you a couple of minutes more, but it's usually quite a bit slower at the end because it's just not aggressive enough on the tires to heat them when they're thin. Goik makes a mistake. Got knocked by the buggy up. Not good.
Meanwhile, just coming into the pits for Core Racing, for now relinquishing the lead in GT2. Sunderland takes over.
Gives the lead to Djakovic. Gawalewski joins for the quest car, so again not that long of a run really. It's lap 76, which means they've gone let me figure that out. They've gone 38 laps twice now. So it really seems they're not pushing the hour at all. They're saying, okay, we're gonna get over the hour, but not gonna try and save stops here. Because at this rate, they're definitely not. Oh, happening there. Gets past him. Relatively easy. Well, quite easy actually. We've also got... Why did Nielsen connect? But they just made a takeover for the 78. Oh, he left again. It's quite confusing when we just join the server to check the car. For whatever reason. Lundqvist joins for the 53 of F&C Sim Sports.
Quick comes into the pits.
Yes, indeed. Quite a nice pit entry for the GT1 because they're not. It's not flat out. Actually, you have to lift. First gear pit limiter, which would be totally not possible in real life, but is possible here. I wonder how long it would take a team to fire you if you kept using first gear as a pit limiter. Probably not too long.
Especially in a 24-hour race, they wouldn't want you putting it on the limit for 20-30 seconds at a time.
Yeah. Although I have to add, the pit speed at Kyoto National is a bit ridiculous because, well, it's the same as on all other tracks. The pit lane is just longer than everywhere else. Gawalewski takes.
And it's very
Gawalewski
wide
takes.
as well.
Yes. Gawalewski back out of pit lane. Takeover also done with for the 63 Team Virus car. Also coming into the pits, if I saw it right, was Doctor, that's Asex Motorsport. We have already had, well, a lot of excitement, not a lot of positions gained. Lots in the pits. GT2 pit stop heaven at the moment. Let's just hope people have learned from the first stint and don't get any more pictures. That'd be quite lovely. Although they can be quite lucky because in real life a picture would be somewhat worse. It would rip your suspension apart and rip your bodywork apart and rip your electrics apart and rip everything apart.
Exactly.
Nothing.
You'd have to drive very slowly to get it back round to the pits. Whereas
Yes.
here you can drive almost as fast as you like and pretty much get away with it.
I remember I did a practice stint at KY3 with GT2 XR a couple of weeks ago, and I got a puncture coming onto the oval, and I finished the lap. I only lost 3 seconds from that left front puncture.
That is quite ridiculous.
Yes, it is. Just, you know, when you just want to try it out, you can do that. It's quite nice. Have a front puncture in XR is quite nice. It's very predictable, it's very drivable. Still almost as fast in the corners where that front tire isn't the one that's loaded. So much realism. And Nicky Dukovic in the pits for virus number 54. Without punctures, happily. They looked like he had a lap left on those tires, to be honest, but 2 hours and 7 minutes in, not you need to push it more than you have to. Whole running longer malarkey actually has quite an advantage, because when points are given at 8 and 16 hours and you're on track and have your track position, that's quite nice. If you happen to have just pitted, that's a bit meh. We have another drag race out of pit lane almost. That's Wisniewski taking over there from Virus and Bart from Absolute Beginners. Lavrikov for number 52 LLM joins. Who are currently in pit free. What? In P free. Talking about LLM, the other LLM was in the pits, GT1 SZR, car 25.
Or one of the other LLM cars, because there's also the 62
The
car,
other GT2, yes.
which is also in the pits, funnily enough.
Yes, they're all in the pit at the same time. Would be quite a horrible situation if it was a real race. And obviously, you know, there were only 2 drivers who would ever have to stack in LFS stops, which would be Craig Lowndes and Mark Webber. Because they always do. Whenever there are staggered stops, there always are guys behind. Oh, leader in the pits in GT1 in Inex Racing in the pits with Telkala.
Coming with a 27.8 second lead after 2 hours.
Doesn't look like Telkala is gonna give the car to somebody. It looks like he's gonna stay in it. Means that the number 9 Jenner car will again get a lead lap or 2 or whatever. Lavrikov takes over from Major. Savage in the pits with their car as well. It's only one of them this race. I think it's the team I forgot earlier, but Savage only has 1 car. Yeah. Or they had 2 the whole year basically. Well, when I say year, I mean season. It's not like it's been a year. That would be quite horrible.
I hate to see what the attendance figures would be like if it did run for a year.
I think then the GT1 class size would the size of the whole grid. I still remember that one MOE race at SO4 in the last season. There were 10 cars, 5 GT1, 5 GT2. That was fun. And it was streamed, and I think for 5 hours and 50 minutes no one bothered to talk on the stream. Because nothing was going on anyway, so you might as well not. Do we have any tolls? We have... well, 2 cars relatively close to go, which is the 62 of LLM and T8 of Iron Club. Ivanov also connecting for number 9 Genuine Racing. So they'll probably pit this lap. Which is, well, it's another equally long stint compared to the first one, so no issues there. But yeah, we've got kind of going on between the 62 and the 88. Well, that's pretty much the closest thing we have for position. But until I also connect for the 29 of Genuine Racing. Winkler of the 66 car into pit lane. Will he brake? Yes, he does. He even uses the pit limiter, like a professional driver should.
Meanwhile, here come the lead pair. Not together as such, but they're the two lead cars. The genuine cars, first and second in GT1. 9 first, and then the 29, a bit further back.
Wanted to have 19 for the second in our car, but 19 was taken. Whoa,
Oh,
that was
very
quite,
sideways.
that was quite sideways. That was a lot of rear brake there. Oh, rear brake locking rather.
And also using the pit limiter as well.
Oh, Largo also in for Infinity. Everybody in GT1. But they were on the same lap last time, so I guess 41 lap stints it seems like. Ivanov takes over, leaves pit lane. Ransela takes over, just about to leave pit lane. Largo stops in his box. Quite bad if he stopped anywhere else, because that wouldn't do anything. Gabaleski retakes P4 and for the Conquest car.
But he's dropped a lot, several seconds on the 29 car. They were battling just before the round of pit stops, and that's what the extra laps of the genuine car have done. It's helped
extra
it.
laps and shorter stop. Because of course the XR is Greenpeace Racing Car of the Year. It has been since 2005. Because it's the racing car but actually need fuel. Well, it needs about 3/4 of it to get where it went. But the FZR probably needs some more to go a shorter distance. Well, not probably, it needs more to go a shorter distance. Because naturally aspirated and everything. No turbos, bigger engine. But a much better engine for drivability in my opinion. Just don't have the lag, which is quite nice actually. Because you don't have the lag, you can carry around lots of other people's shopping in the form of 27 kilos of ballast. Which is what the FZR has in G1.
The FZR sounds nicer, I think.
But I think it's
That's
mainly
what's
because
got
it
perfect.
revs higher. I think it's because it revs higher. I don't think it actually sounds nice. I think. Oh, Turbo
Turbo
timed
timed
out! What on earth is going on there? That's. Oh, looks like Finnish connections are freezing right now. Happening is about to time out. Pitila is about to time out. Sunanen is going up in ping. Looks like Happen and Sunanen might just stay on somehow, but Pitila is going. He's going now. Yeah, one more second, and there we go. That's Iron Club gone. And Telkala gone again. Yeah, but that
Isaac
doesn't matter
Price
this
is
time.
in the car and back out onto the track.
Now, where did he time out? Which did he time out like in sector 1, 2, or 3? That's the question because. Yeah, well, you don't want to time out anyways. It might have been almost a lap lost, or it might have been a few seconds lost off that lap and the time to rejoin. Iron Club also rejoining. Looks like hell has frozen over in Finland, or at least some connections. And Peterle looks like he's gonna go again for Iron Club, so doesn't look very good. Who thought that first time out of the day would be the overall race leader? Well, mostly is, to be honest. Everyone always goes, "Oh, everything's falling apart," and well, kind of has for now. Peterle's gone again, so whatever region of Finland they're in is not experiencing very good internet, because if you look at Rantalla's car, he's driving on just fine.
Exactly, and here's the thing, NX having such a good clean run, they were pulling well away from the field, and just one thing has changed it all completely.
Oh, and Happening's gone finally. I bet he's also has no idea what's happening, I mean, sorry. That was a very poor joke, I apologize. Also, he rejoins, so... Teammate also rejoins, Nielsen rejoins. Happening's already left the pit. I think it probably would have been a better idea for Nielsen to drive on, just to see and wait if this issue for them is going to continue, because clearly not a server issue, and it's really not an issue for most other drivers. It must be something between them and the server somewhere, and it must be somewhere relatively close to them, because all the other people from Finland are fine. Tunninen is fine, and Rantala is fine. Who else is Finnish here? WCL is fine, and Virus number 2 is fine. Well, number 2, and I say number 2, it's car 63. Very, very peculiar happenings here.
It does put that air of uncertainty about though, especially if you are a Finnish driver and you see all these other Finns timing out.
Yeah, I bet you it doesn't fill you with encouragement or something. Looks like Inex dropped to P5 now in class, which is second to last, but it's still P5, so... Kind of seems like they want to replicate the race they had last year, which was absolutely awful. Oh, and Tunninen timed out! And that was GT2 leader, so... well... Yeah, so much about that.
So the advice really at the moment is, if you're leading this race, don't put a Finn in your car.
Yeah, for once. Falk reconnects, and Nielsen reconnects for the 78. 78's been gone for a while. Nielsen, okay, Nielsen's now on track for the 78, so that's a very good decision, but they've lost heaps of time. Tunninen rejoins for core, and Falk joins, and it's all very confusing. I somehow think it's not very organized on that TeamSpeak right now. And there's probably gonna be lots of people flailing their arms about and screaming, "Oh my god, what's happening?"
That certainly would be the case if it was Italians timing out.
It would be just Alpha Sud Electrics. That would be the fault for that. I know that my school class I was in managed to fry the electrics of an entire hotel.
How?
Because you know a cable you plug in has usually a positive and a negative.
Yeah.
On a connection. But basically, they got one and they fused both together. And of course, what happens when you put in something and you cause a short?
Things don't end well.
Well, not really. Usually, there are precautionary precautions are being taken for that kind of business, which is that, well, you know, just fuses blow. But what they did, well, they tried to turn the power back on while it was still plugged in, and they blew up the entire hotel. Oh, poor timing out again. Please no. Oh, there we go. So it's turning again, just as Falk is disconnected. So Falk better come back now. And Peterle also going again, so it's not been very well for Finland. Yep, Falk now in the core car. This is probably that's the last thing they need to try and make up 30 points to win the championship, to be honest. Because they will have lost absolute acres of time, if you can measure time in acres, that is. Whoa! Oh, Falk hit the A6 car. Oh, that was bound to happen on the pit exit. Falk just went out and hit the A6 car, and the A6 car kind of had a half spin slide thing, and now his rear tires are, well, not that good. And there's an absolute load of cars are coming up to the 88 car, and they're disappearing and lagging left, right and centre again. Dear, 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 everything's going wrong right now. What's happening?
And around the 88 car go 29 and the 8 go battling earlier. A few laps ago they were 5 seconds apart, but now it's down to less than a second. Garbadowski closing the gap significantly.
Indeed. Also, I think it be pointed out, Conquests are running on unbranded tires, so probably the Pirelli test compound from the F1 test at RF.
At least they don't have a nose like the F1 cars in the test at RF.
Yes. I think the Williams looks okay. And the Mercedes and the McLaren are okay.
But then you remember the Force India
and the Red Bull,
Caterham.
but then you have, oh my god, the Caterham is just, oh my god. Honestly, I would disqualify them from a championship for running it like that.
To be fair, that wouldn't make much difference to their points.
Yeah. Much difference would mean no difference. But they can say, you know, that they scored as many points in the last season as Schumacher scored in 1997. Because he got all his points taken away.
Exactly.
Oh, 63 versus... No, wait, it's not. It's just 61 trying to unlap themselves. Not a battle. Or is it? No, it is a battle of 63 versus 61. That's World Class Lions versus Virus number 63. How did I think that was in the battle? Bloody positions list. Look at the tyres. Tyres in the WCL car look a bit more worn in the front. Looks like they sorted things out in them pretty quick.
Meanwhile, the
They'll
battle
have-
for second overall could be on.
Yes.
That's genuine against Conquest again.
The core car. Lots of orange and reddish cars. Oh, and he's got the draft. We've seen this before. Oh, are they gonna cut to the inside? Oh, and they hit the buggy curb again.
It was a change of approach before. They tried it in turn 2. This time tried to wait to turn 3, but
Oh,
worked
and
out.
88's gone. 88's gone, but he's been lagging pretty much the whole race whenever he's driven, so...
That's one of the least surprising things I've seen all day.
Yeah. Other cars were pretty hyping our 69, but that's Mafia Racing, and actually they're just connected with I don't know, a cotton string to the internet, so looks like that's what their problem is. '88 rejoining with another driver this time out of the pit though. Oh my god, all these teams that I've been out a couple of times now, that's a huge disadvantage. Especially so soon in the race, it must be pretty demoralizing. Because we still have 21.5 hours to go and they are miles behind everybody else. And miles and probably lap behind everybody else actually.
Although it happening this early does give you a chance to catch up over the next 21 hours. Whereas if it happens in the last half an hour, that would probably be that's a bit worse.
Yeah, but it for sure doesn't add to your performance. I haven't timed out off myself, to be honest, from races, but it's not a good feeling, you know, when you're in a team race and you time out and you're like, not good.
Especially when you can see it's going to happen and you're still driving around, just waiting.
Oh, that's so that's so cool. But basically, you're driving, and suddenly you're on a connection screen.
Yeah, you're just driving for a few seconds, just hoping that it's gonna rectify itself magically.
Oh, Garbolevsky makes contact with Iron Club and goes off. So that's their second adventure in that corner. Oh, and get bucked by the bucky curb. That bucky curb is really bucking a lot of people. Oh, Lytton is lagging like hell as well now. Got a UDP ping of 500 right now, which is half a second, by the way. Which is, in internet terms, a lot. And he's just spinning and crashing off the track everywhere and disappearing.
And not terribly far behind him now, only 4 seconds back, is Isaac Price. Trying to make his way back.
No, I bet he'll be cheerful. I bet he'll be cheerful about, oh yeah, I gotta overtake a car, it's disappearing the whole time. It's a very good way to defend your position, actually. But still, it doesn't seem to be a server-related problem, because, well, let's say a good 80%, or almost all the people here have no problem with the UDP ping at all. And it looks like, is that the 56 Savage car? Did they get caught out by that lag? Because I saw a lag cloud and their car spun in a place where it technically shouldn't be. But they just catch the curve. Might have done that as well, but I wouldn't want to be about Inex or Virus right now, if I'm honest.
No, not a lot of happy faces.
technically Isaac's already passed him about 10 times. Or well, his lag cloud. Litton's not making for very good viewing because no one can see him. That's always the most disappointing thing.
We've got a battle for second in GT2 approaching now. We're not approaching, it's fully underway.
Oh, 2 orange cars.
It's Core and LLM.
Yeah, Letteriello and Lavrikov. You know, is it a coincidence that their cars are orange and both the initials of the drivers are JL?
It's funny that, isn't it?
Which looks funny with that in between. Looks like a man's feet with a ball. That's fantastic.
It's an interesting way to look at it. Or it could be an upside down person with very high shoulders.
Yes. And a very short neck. Or no neck. Well, speculation. They're not doing... It's always the same story. You switch to a battle and they're not actually overtaking each other. Oh, and 88 time... Did he time out again? Or is that an old message? Oh dear, he timed that again. Yeah. Surprise there. So far I have not... I'd have to use my surprised hat. Oh, I've got my oh dear hat on right now. There's a lot of oh dear moments have happened so far. 2 leaders time out, lots of other people time out, lots of people timing out multiple times. Oh, Wisniewski's timing out! That's another GT2 leader! Wisniewski got the countdown and Nicky is connecting, but I think it's too late. Yeah, Wisniewski's gone. Whoa, and that was in just after the start of Sector 2.
So now this battle, which is just getting even closer, is for the lead of GT2.
Oh, it's for the lead now. Oh, guys, we gotta get turned up. Oh, Lavrikov, bit beaky. And they're gonna be side by side for the big part. Lavrikov diving to the inside and gets past. For now at least, there's still a nice long straight ahead, but they're on right now and there's a hairpin. Oh, and Lavrikov squeezes quite a bit. They run out of room. And Letteriello gets back past.
For now, at least, but now we've got the line straight and slipstream. I do think it's quite clear that the driver JL with the orange and black car has the advantage here.
Yeah, I think yeah, for not timing out for starters. Although I probably just jinxed him by saying that.
Here comes Lavrikov. Up
To
the
the
inside
inside.
into turn 1. But now he just gifted Letterman the slipstream.
Whoa, very aggressive pulling out of it. Brakes later, can he hold it round outside? Oh, it's gonna be side by side into 3. And no, Letriello gets back past, and Lavrikov gets back on the same level. Now Litten comes. Don't go down the middle. Don't! Why? Why are you doing that?
That was the
Oh, and Litten runs wide. And now Letriello's Exodus compromised, and Lavrikov's right back with him again, and now Price is right behind him.
I was just going to say, Isaac's coming in.
Oh dear. Will he go down the inside? Yes. Yes.
This is not going through the middle of them.
At least. Yeah, but Lavrikov... Oh, I'll have that too, please. Oh, and Letriello on the grass. And that's Lavrikov passed, unless Letriello can still somehow salvage it with a slipstream. And he can just about keep with him. I don't think he's close enough for a slipstream. Or maybe he... Actually, I think he is.
Think
Just
there.
about. Just about. Yeah, he's edging closer. Time to open wannabe DRS draft wing everything. Duck behind your steering wheel for improved aerodynamics.
And again, we're seeing the driver behind backing off to try and wait until this
bumped
straight.
a bit. Bumped him a bit there, cost momentum.
Will he look up the inside into 3? No, he thinks better of it.
Can't really pass there because the racing line is basically straight to the inside anyway, so... That was, yeah, interesting. News from the pink front, apart from Joe Letriello and Fontana, everyone's gonna ping under 100.
And Isaac Price has just gone past Sean Liddon for 4th.
Whoa! Oh, Gabalevsky and Rantala! Whoa! They just made contact on the oval going 260! Holy moly!
Suddenly all happening.
Conquest goes up into P2, sorry. Wow. A lot happening right now. You could say that, I guess. Price is quite far back from Rantala, though. He's basically 1.5 sectors behind. But yeah, that was a bit, yeah, bit of damage added to cars though.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
Lavrikov has managed to make the move stick and has the lead in GT2 now for LLM.
Yes. Yeah, orange JL cars pay off, as we said. And Virus is actually rather slim if you look where Mackie Heimler is in the 63.
We've got another battle for like, 7th or something. So 71 and 53 make contact on the start finish straight. They're side by side.
Oh, 53 peaking very late.
It's for 8th in class.
Or actually, I think 71 peaked very early there. I think that's probably more accurate.
Meanwhile, up front, Ivanov has just completed the 100th lap of this race. There's an interesting fact for you.
Yes. Gonna be more than that. I'd say we'd get over 800 laps, well, over 850 easy. Which means that definitely won't, because I just said we will.
Yeah, we're gonna have a long red flag now, and the laps will come right down thanks to you, Dom.
I wouldn't mind, you know, we're leading. It's a normal scenario where there's a red flag and Gen R wins. Not mandatory. I think it is. Labato joins for the 71, and that is, as well, not seen too long ago, Scuderia Gas. But the left front is so good. I actually just checked if they have R3s on the front, which would have been a bit hideous. Yeah, it's seen hotter days. For those tuning in right now, you are watching round 5 of 2014. I had to be able to get that right. 2014 New Dimension Racing Grand Touring World Series, which is the longest way you can say it. Live here on SimRace TV. Round 5, 24 hours of Kyoto National reversed. And it's the championship decider for both car classes in GT1 and in GT2. And things have gone a bit awry for the leaders, to put it politely. A few timeout issues. I think one of the drivers did Peterlet manage to time out 3 or 4 times?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, that is pretty bad.
Yeah, we've had the GT1 lead the timeout, and we've had 2 separate GT2 leaders timing out.
Yes. Yes. Indeed we did. Definitely a lot happening. Currently leading we have in GT1, or well, top 3, GT1, number 09 or number 9, because no one says leading zeros ever. Number 9, GT1 XR, Genuine Racing, then number 8, GT1 FZR, Conquest Racing, and number 29, GT1 XR of Genuine Racing in GT1. GT2 is now, after what was a bit chaotic, being led by Lavrikov in a level 52 LLM car, followed by Letriello, who's in a battle for P2 with Mackie Heimler of the 63 Virus car, so we might as well just stay on them. Because it looks like they might actually be doing something.
63 cars taken a second out of the 66 in the first 2 sectors of that lap alone. Again, it's about waiting until you can use the slipstream that you have before trying to make a move.
Yep, there we go.
Very close indeed. Can't make a move that time.
Letriero really has this brake really late for turn 1 business got going for him.
It went too deep into turn 3 and now they're side by side again, but it's unlikely you can go around the outside at turn 4 there.
No, not in the XR. Was XR the FLR maybe when you're really good. Still fighting away in the infield here through the second of the very long right-handers. I actually like this corner here a lot. The only problem is it doesn't have a curb on the outside because the financial crisis, they had to sell bits off the track, keep it afloat, and well, it's just a shame, you know. Lucky Omen goes through on the hairpin. Oh no! Oh no! And the day goes from awful to worse for car 71. That's a chat drive through. That'll be coming there in a minute. Oh dear. There will be no smiling faces after that one. Heimler takes the place. Letriello seems like he won't be able to fight back on the oval bit of the track at least.
He's a bit too far back to have a go at him.
Indeed.
Drive-through penalty, car 71 for Chet.
So the 71 gets the drive-through as we expected.
Yeah, express delivery right to your doorstep. They repaired that car though, didn't they? Scuderia Gas, because it looks a lot better shape than it did some time ago. If I remember right.
It did seem a bit beaten up earlier.
Now it's like brand new. Serving their drive-through right now.
He seemed to cut across a fair chunk of the pit lane. The drivers have been warned before the race not to take liberties with cutting in the pit lane because it's so wide and it's got the kink in it. So it'll be up to race control to decide whether he's done a bit too much then. And of course the worst kind of penalty you can get in a race is for an infraction when serving a previous penalty.
Actually no, the worst kind of penalty you get is a DSQ, but okay.
Fair point, but the worst kind of non-DSQ.
I remember in GTL there were 2 races in the 2010 season where there was someone who kept getting drive-throughs from the exit line, which was hilarious. Long ago, so but 4 years ago this year. Getting old. Lobato back on the way for now, at least. GT1 not that close at the moment. GT2 also not that close at the moment, so no one's doing us any favours here.
It seems the action in this race all comes along in periods, but all at once.
Apparently, according to the tracker, the closest lap is 77 and 73, but 77 has timed out and they're much faster than 73, so it's a pointless battle. And we've got that battle for P2 and GT2, which is relatively close, but it's all not really battles right now.
We are of course approaching the next round of pit stops.
Yes, indeed we are. For some people earlier than for others, and Isaac Price, 34.75 fastest lap of the race. He's not waiting for anyone else to do it. Especially only on lap 24, well 23 actually, because he's on the 24th one now. He's having a bit of fun with Nicky Jakovic, those two of course best mates. Oh, and Lobato gets another drive-through for not properly serving as drive-through. Oh dear, that could have better. Talking about stops, we've got car 61 coming into the pits. And 71, but that's for their drive-through.
And they seem to be doing it properly this time.
But to be honest, I know who should get in drive-through, the person who designed the pit lane with a kink in it. Which is stupid.
I can't disagree with you there.
I mean, okay, you could say, but there are long pit lanes in real life racing, like at Spa, but that doesn't have a kink in it and you can't shortcut it. If you could shortcut it and it was narrower, yes, but this isn't even a proper oval pit, because if you look at Daytona, they have a kink on the start finish. First of all, that kink's banked, and second of all, the pit lane is straight. And flat. Oh, this one's flat, but not straight. The major design flaw there. How that passed the track inspection, no idea. Although it's not quite as hideous as the new Silverstone paint, which no spectator can see. battle for the GT2 lead is, let's say, the gap between GT2 first and second is, let's say, well, getting a bit smaller. Virus claiming back a couple of meters each lap. Getting 3/10 this way around, this time around. This way around as well. Although it would be kind of counterproductive if they went around the wrong way. Quite literally, actually.
Another new fastest lap for Isaac, on 34.61, taking another tenth or so off his previous time.
Indeed. I actually think that's his fastest time full stop. It's not like, I don't think he did a faster one earlier, did he? Oh no, wait, he did a 40 according to tracker. I'm wrong again.
The gap at the front of the GT2 field has closed up even more. And maybe a slight possibility of slipstream.
Car 77 has left the race.
Oh, and has car 77 just retired?
That is strange. It's just quit. That's Falcon, that car. The core car.
Well, I see a reason for why they quit, but I technically don't see a reason for why they would quit now. Because there's 31 hours left.
Is that all?
Yes. Well, the thing was, I think the reason they quit is because they were that far back and they needed basically to be winning and everyone else to be completely dead last forever and ever. And it didn't look like that was gonna happen. So I guess they said, well, balls to it then. But yeah, that's the first retirement, isn't it? Because no one else has left the race, even though we had about every single car in the GT2 class crash. Well, every single except for like 7 of them.
Yeah, we've had plenty of timeouts, but everyone's returned, and I'm pretty sure that's the first retirement. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see a reason for why they would, because basically they came here to try and win a championship, and it really looks like, or it really looked like, you have to say now, it wasn't gonna happen anymore because it was just so unlikely. It was just so unlikely that yeah, I guess they didn't think there was much point in continuing because that's the only thing they came for. It's a bit of a shame, you know. Not really the spirit of a 24-hour race to quit, but
especially only 3 hours into it.
Unless you're forced to, of course. If your car's in a million bits and yeah, then you've got a problem. But if that's the only reason, it's a bit of a shame, really.
The battle for GT2 lead is right on now.
Yeah.
Through the infield section, the long right-hander. Rafikov trying to hold on to the lead.
I'm a bit squirrely on the brakes. That slowed down fine, but That's the problem. If you pass there, you know, it's like that double DRS zone we had at Spa and F1 last year. No one wants to pass into that hairpin because the risk of getting repassed is really high. But it looks like he might actually keep the place just about. Although, better wait till the end of the oval.
Looks like he's slightly too far back from the slipstream.
You know, actually, I think this is what this should be built for. They should be built for to have road courses. But yeah, 77 quitting, and well, at least they did it in a way you're told to do by the rules. So not like it was just rage quit. I guess they thought about it for a couple of minutes and thought, nah, I've got better things to do than come last. Well, they weren't gonna come last, but they weren't gonna win the championship, which is what they were here for to do, or whatever, where you want to put it. Ooh. And joining us in the commentary box now from the asylum of his university, or is Thilo Falkenberg. Hello.
Good evening. That was kind of an introduction.
Yes.
Hey, how are you guys?
You missed all the good bits.
I missed all the good bits. Oh dear.
Yeah, everyone who let timed out, and all the Finnish people who lived in a certain part of Finland timed out. Oh yeah, and one of our GT2 championship contenders was one of the cars that timed out multiple times, and that means the 77 core car is out. The GT2 title contenders left in the race are Virus, LLM52, well, Virus number 54 I should point out, LLM52, Savage 56, and the other one that I thought, because there are 4. Who's the other one? Oh yeah, Iron Clubbers. Yeah, I'm getting senile already.
Okay.
And in GT1 we obviously have so much action.
Well, just 5 cars, is it? No, 6 cars. What happened to Isaac?
Yes, the Turkula timed out from the lead.
Ouch.
Together with half of Finland.
Okay, that was the Finnish
two
connection
separate-
you were talking about.
Yes, we had 2 separate GT2 leaders time out, one of which wasn't Finnish actually. So yeah, we've had enough timeouts. Conquest in the
Okay.
pits with Garbaless now. Again, starting off the GT1 pit cycle, no one's going shorter than they are. Oh, and they're actually running so low on fuel that they're revving the engine in the pit stall, and that almost stalls the engine.
Ooh.
Someone's calculated the fuel very, very precisely there.
Can't be me.
Can't be me either, because then it would be like 10% too much.
If it was me, it was
Or
10%
talking about
it.
IGP, it would be a stupid strategy where I end up 17 laps short, or something stupid.
A Lundqvist in the pits.
Yes, for F and C.
Okay, he hooked up for F&C for this race.
Yes, the only non-Bulgarian in the Bulgarian team.
Well, it could be worse.
Well, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just pointing it out.
And if you wonder where the quality of the TV director camera choice has gone, I am now in charge of the cameras, so yell at me if necessary.
We have a perfect shot of the pit exit now, because we already had a crash there, which was quite nice.
Yeah, it seems to be very buggy today, controlling the cameras. Which can't have anything to do with the program as well, that hasn't changed in years.
Well, and the game hasn't changed in years.
True.
You know, LFS is the only game where people look back and say, no, actually not everything was better in the olden days. Because everything was the same as it is now. Virus 63 in the pits.
That's the GT2 leader. Or was.
Yes, or was rather, yes. Also, you missed the fantastic and fabulous GT2 star where about half the field decided to crash on a straight, may I point out. They never managed to get to a turn.
Let me guess, from the king.
Just after the king.
Just after the king, oh dear.
Yes. I think we had at least, well, 7 or 8 cars crashed there. Which was a bit, well...
And about 4 drive-thrus for it.
Yeah, 4, I think 4 and the drive-thru for something else. We had 5 drive-thrus right like 20 minutes into a race.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, it's very, very stretched out. It's been like chewing gum on the pavement.
So the next 24-hour race at Blackwood, I suppose.
Blackwood? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The next 24 hours, whenever that's gonna be in about 2020, when finally another patch comes out. I mean, we already talked, and Oscar was here earlier, how numbers are down, to put it in a polite way. They're on the down, quite badly.
I mean, you can see it a bit in the number of people watching the streams as well. I mean, we're here for a 24-hour race, and we only have 88 viewers. Well, I don't want to scare you away, those 88 who are watching.
Suddenly 80 people turn off.
Well, we were used to have around 300 for the last MOE 24-hour race, if I remember it correctly.
Yeah, but that was when LFS was dead, not when LFS was dying. Which are two different things. Every LFS is dead! People are driving, and then LFS dies. So basically you can be dead before you die, if you're LFS.
Yeah.
You know, as I said that earlier. Oh, 73 into the pits were right front puncture. It's absolute beginners. Again. Yeah, it is a right front puncture. Looks like that's again through flat spots. But yeah, you know, it kind of reminds me of the demise of the World Supercar Championship and the FIA Supercar Championship in the early 2000s. It's really just time goes on, alternatives get stronger, and fewer people are interested in what was there before. Although in the World Sports Car Championship, that's actually not true, because that just went to pots because people, especially manufacturers, were kind of fed up with spending absolute ape-loads of money to try and beat each other when Mercedes was fast. No, wait, that was before Mercedes, wasn't it?
66 are also in the pits, let's fellow.
Yes.
For core. In a very, very interesting
Yeah, it
design
looks like a BMW art car, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, it does.
But in one color only. But two, technically. But
Well, there was that Z1. I think that was also only one color as well.
I don't know. I don't know.
My teammate would love to have that, by the way. So if someone who has skills wants to give it a try, there's some.
But it's
code.
not that hard. Not that hard. The problem is, it's so detailed that we've been working on all the little details forever. My favorite art car. My favorite art car is still the GT2 M3, which went to Le Mans. I still like that one the most because it looked fast because of that. Oh, and incidents between 55 and 77 when 77 came out of the pits. Car 55 gets a warning for that, so...
A6?
A6, yes. Very much so. But yeah, where was that? Yeah,
Art cars, BMW.
basically... no, before that, I mean sports car championships. When you look at stuff like the FIA Sports Car Championship, it's the prime example. It wasn't a bad championship. It supported machinery that could easily be modified to go to the big races like Le Mans, ALMS series, and so on and so on. But the interest wasn't there, especially when they finally thought, hey, how about we make an American Le Mans series in Europe?
Yeah. It was, yeah.
When there are alternatives, alternatives with more relevance, like you could say that, let's say iRacing, for example, a top-level championship in iRacing is, as many of you know, the Drivers' World Championship on the roadside with the F1. And you might say, but the overside one has one too. Yes, but they just turn left, so I don't care. The roadside championship with the Williams FW20 something, or whatever it is. You get quite a nice sum of money for that, and it's very competitive. Whereas here, it's less and less competitive, and but I wouldn't really say the money makes a difference, that there's money in the league that you can win. But I think just the competitive thing, and more drivers are leaving, more teams are leaving, that's just taking so much out of it that it's just the alternatives win over the original product, and it's like that in many ways. Or in many cases, I mean, not always.
The only thing that is still a bit special in LFS is the easiness in driver changes and organizing
and endurance races. Yes. Apart from that, any other sim can do that too.
Yep.
And
by the way, it's the Williams Toyota FW31.
31, okay. 29 was the 2007 car, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought, well, this year's is the 36, it could be the 29, I better shut up. Still quite close between top 2 and GT2, we've got Maki Armlet still in the 63 Virus car who's leading, and then behind that, well, not directly behind, but the orange car behind that is the 50 of Le Mans in LLM.
What's doing
GT2.
Willensek in front of those two? Is he out of pit cycle? Can that be?
I don't know what he's doing, to be honest.
I think he's yet to pit, whereas the other two
he's yet
have.
to pit. Yeah, you're right.
Nathan just came out to pits. In fact, here comes the 56 now.
Yeah, there he comes in, and also Kevin
Oh,
Boyd
it happened and lost connection again!
Again.
Isn't this the third time or something? What's happening to
third
him?
time,
I
yeah.
made that juggly.
Apparently it's the second time for 78.
I think it's more, but I'm not sure.
I think it's more, but apparently so. Oh,
Nielsen comes back again. Who's gonna join? It's gonna be Nielsen or Harden. They have to make a clear between themselves. Can't sit there for 5.
Nielsen.
Nielsen. There we go. Probably the best decision.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a better decision. Lloyd takes over from Willensek in 56 Savage.
Yeah, so there's another live stream now about this race on board with Kevin Boy.
Yeah, on which is it on LXO or?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay. It's on livestream.com/LXO if you look for it.
Yeah, he said it would be boring because no H shift obviously.
H-shift.
H. I had an English exam today. I don't need to be able to talk English in that.
Apparently it's on hitbox.tv/Troy.
Oh.
I have been sent this, been provided with this link by Jared Mead, who's driving with Troy.
Okay, so well, okay.
Meanwhile, race leader in the pits. Ivanov in the 09. And Taskinen takes over.
Yep, indeed he does. Rejoins MP2. Here's a question. Okay, I figured it out. I was gonna say, how is Conquest behind Infinity, but Infinity haven't pitted yet. Now we're already getting Cena and haven't even got to the have to drive yet. Well, that's quite bad.
So when's your next stint?
I haven't done one yet, so...
Oh, you haven't done one, so when's the first one?
My first stint is in the future. I shall check. Because I don't know, actually. But yeah, to come back to this whole thing, it's just pretty sad, you know. You've got the teams struggling that are left to field cars. I mean, look at all the teams that had multiple cars in the series and that don't have multiple cars anymore. It's pretty shocking.
Yeah, of course. Well, if you calculate it through, you need simply so many people to run a 24-hour race, and if the interest is lost, you probably don't get these people back. And so the amount of people that you can reach with a 24-hour race shrinks as well.
Oh, my first stint is 2 AM my time, basically. Fun!
Because I've got real life tomorrow morning.
Who?
Me.
Oh. Also, there's something. It's the Bathurst 12 hours this weekend, isn't it?
I think it's just starting or something.
Yes. So if you want to watch a race with way more cars, way more safety cars, watch out.
More kangaroos.
And more kangaroos and more people picking up their letters next to the track. Rantala pit. Well, at least he's driving on a pit entry. Great pit entry because you're just about to do it flat out.
Isaac Price pits too, and he is, in reality, he is second place for now. Dropped down to third. That is first and second in the pits.
He's also done 41 laps.
Walsingham in the car now for Runtala. And Isaac Price with
And
an
they're gonna be
accident.
passed by Conquest. There we go. Championship-wise in GT1, look who's top on the standings right now, and it's still the case right now. It's a bit it's more complicated in GT2.
It's already slightly complicated with the point system in place for the 12 and the 24-hour races.
At least it's not as stupid as the Great Tudor United Car Championship point system. Which they just the way teams championships work. The team championship works right in the middle of the season, which is a bit stupid. It's quickly becoming the laughing stock of sports car racing there. Surely that must have on their mind before the season. They announced the merger 18 months ago. Surely they must have thought, oh, how are we going to allocate points? Don't bother with that, we'll do that later.
So the Bathurst 12 hours just have started, someone tells me. You can't imagine how many tabs I now have got open.
10.
More.
11. Oh, car 78. Is he gonna go again? Not for now.
Looks fine for me.
Yeah, looks fine to me as well at the moment. Don't want to have too many people time out too often. Because they're already last and last, to be honest. Last thing they need is another timeout. Sooner or later, we should have a battle on our hands. I predict carefully for a position in the GT1 class.
P3.
Which P3, yes.
You'll probably mean Walsingham against
And
Isaac.
Price. Yes.
Yeah.
That's at least the closest gap I can see on the tracker. Well, them and P2 and GT2. How's Virus in 1 again? Did they lose that little time? Wow. That's quite...
Ouch, that stream is loud.
That's quite weird. But you mean the buffer stream?
Yeah.
Mine was turned on minimal volume when I watched it yesterday.
I just turned it on and it was so loud.
Maximum volume.
Yeah, maximum volume. Plus my maximization on ear headphone. Yeah. Never mind. Again, I've had a Nixon today, so I'm not really.
You're gonna use that as an excuse for everything now, aren't you?
Yeah, I will.
Oh, but Price has already got Walsingham in his sights. From far, can't tell the cars apart at all because they're all XRs. That's annoying.
So here from the onboard.
Does it actually work? That's a shocker.
That point, that red dot there in the distance, which gets bigger and bigger, that's the Jenna car. Indeed.
Yeah, approaching a bit of traffic now in form of Lundqvist in that FNC car.
I think you now can read the number plate of the car in front.
It's not very informative because it says the same thing as always.
Gen R. With the R in red. Ooh, little slide.
Also a little twitch from Price just at the very exit.
Now the long straight.
Which isn't straight.
Well, you drive it like a straight, so...
I would rather if it was a bus straight, you know, like proper straight from T3 to T1.
It lacks a chicane for braking, just like in Rockingham.
No.
Yeah, well... the chicane, which got famous because Catherine Lack flew all over it.
There's also a great chicane at the Lausis ring in turn 1.
Which got stupid due to the wall that got extended there.
I just love, you know, it's like every year they race there, yet every year they try to go into their 4 wide.
Yeah.
It's the same with turn 1 at Oschersleben, and it's the same ridiculous story.
Well, they tried to
The
raise...
guy who designed this first corner should be taken into a dark room, beaten.
They tried to raise the
It was also
Overton
Schlitten,
one,
wasn't it?
but... Well, most people know the story that 3 Audis and 2...
Price, He goes down the
Yeah,
inside.
Price goes.
Oh, Walsingham after and back went down the inside. Can he hold the position? No, Price managed to squeeze himself next to him and goes past.
Walsingham doesn't try it into this corner.
Because he can't really.
Yeah, you can't, but some people still think even if you can't do it, trying is, would be okay. So now Isaac Price in third position for NX and Friends. By the way, who are the friends in NX?
I would say that's Samsi Avansu, to be honest. But,
Okay.
And yes, it's Hercules, actually.
As you might notice, I didn't really look at the signups.
Oh, and Cameron Corns uses connection again, but he's not driving, so don't be like, oh, who now? No, it was one of the admins.
To come back to the Lausitzring story, they tried to race turn 1 of the oval, which ended up in 4 totaled Audi TTs and 1 totaled Opel Astra.
What, in DTM?
In DTM, yeah.
Who cares about that anyways?
It was good back then.
Yeah, because the cars weren't just car. Well, they were basically prototypes already, but
The thing was they weren't as developed as they are now.
yeah, so they didn't fall apart at first sight.
Yes, they could rub each other, and they also.
Well, but now they're more robust than they were before the Dallara chassis, in my opinion. Doesn't help though, because now they've got more downforce and they can't race behind each other anymore. Well, they couldn't before, but now twice over not. And yet they could have lots of cars with V8s and the same kind of chassis and like basic structure as V8 supercars for much less money and would actually overtake each other. Isn't that shocking?
It isn't really. I've heard. Well, it actually was some rumor that there has been one meeting between DTM and V8 supercar rights holders.
Yeah, somehow the problem is, in these kind of meetings between the good series and the crap series, somehow the crap series always wants to sell their crap to the good series.
Yeah, moreover the problem is, I think that in V8 supercars the team owners also have a way bigger power than in DTM, just by the organization. Of course, the DTM asked their manufacturers how they wanted and everything, but just as per the whole organization works, it wouldn't be needed. And in V8 supercars, the team owners have. I think it is just like if you have got one car running, you've got 1/28 of the stocks of the whole company, and so there is a way bigger influence by the teams in V8 supercars.
Problem is, Alton is shutting down operations and Ford's shutting down operations in Australia.
Yeah.
Which is kind of meh.
Which actually leads to the fact that the current NASCAR is actually the current Chevrolet NASCAR. It actually is a whole Commodore. Am I right?
Oh, I think so, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be the last one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But for the last generation of, well, what are they running in NASCAR?
I don't know what they're running.
Well,
2 tons of
yeah, 2
engine.
tons of something. No, the generation, those NASCAR.
Isn't it Gen 6 cars or whatever?
Yeah,
they're called?
these Gen 6 cars shall represent a certain street car, and the street car, the Chevrolet, shall represent.
Oh! 62 off the road! 62 off the road into the gravel, but they're gonna come out. What happened there? It just went straight on into the bloody wall. No puncture, no anything. And no damage either. Lucky.
Just
Yeah,
automatic one.
they designed those Gen 6 cars so they at least have like kind of a shape on the front and rear, so
Yeah.
they look a bit like a street car, but they still don't look anything like a street car.
True.
If you have stickers for lights, that's not a street car. Jakovic in the pits. Who is the GT2 leader, if I'm not wrong.
Tracker says yes.
And Oscar's gonna take over from him. But yeah, I think, you know, it's gonna move. Like all these series like TM and V8s. Well, V8s, well, they basically already are, but I think that the future is more like these kind of, you know, you've got a spec structure like DTM has with the Lara, with where you have basically a split to the whole bottom, the roll cage, the seat, and blah 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 blah, and you just put in the engine and do a bit of styling and aero work. I think that's probably gonna be the future for many series.
Yeah, maybe excluding the Gran Turismo series, because if you look at the manufacturers there, like McLaren, Ferrari, or a Porsche.
No, they don't want to run on the same chassis. No way. No way that they
Yes,
would do that.
they don't want that, and also these are small-scale producers. If you look at it, and they are actually for those manufacturers, it's still like win the race on Sunday, sell the car on Monday. While obviously in the mainstream, it's not anymore like that.
It's not like that almost anywhere, I think. No one buys rally cars. No one buys World Touring Chevy Cruisers.
Yeah, that's because that's the reason why Chevrolet leaves the European market by 2015.
Can I just say that they're morons? Because they could have had the same program with an Opel badge on it, and they would have had a brand which already exists in Europe.
Which also had an history in Europe, in touring car racing.
And in rallying, actually. Well.
Yeah, true.
But no, I gotta do it the GM way, which is least logical decision is the best one.
I think it all started when they bought Daewoo. Yep, Daewoo started to expand onto the European market. It didn't really work out, and suddenly GM bought them.
And suddenly they were all Chevrolets.
Yeah. Well, I guess the main reason why Chevy is leaving the market because they are now cooperating with PSA. Well, they're cooperating with PSA, and so with PSA and Opel and Vauxhall and
Fiat. No, that's not.
That's Chrysler.
That's Chrysler. That's not.
Fiat is Chrysler.
Yes. The motor industry is just a complete mess.
Yeah, especially as it is now.
Everyone owns everything. Like communism.
Yeah,
Except-
for example, Mercedes holds stocks of Mitsubishi.
Nice. Oh, we've got up, I think. Well, depends. 61 hasn't pitted yet, but they're right behind 54. Although, you could argue that. But the thing is, there's not really a big difference between cars anymore, because it's not like there's one manufacturer which only makes bad cars anymore. They're all very similar now.
Yeah, what I was laughing at, Volkswagen builds the Caddy, which is, well, I thought they would build the Caddy, but actually Mercedes built it.
What?
Yeah. So
How?
well, there is an agreement between Volkswagen and Mercedes that actually it is the Mercedes Sprinter just with a Volkswagen badge on it.
Do you mean the Craft then? Not
Crafter, not yeah. Sorry.
because Craft is the
Crafter.
big one.
Yeah, the Crafter is actually built by Mercedes.
Oh dear. And to be honest, what you said about GT Racing isn't true either, because that Toyota GT86 and GT370 is just a dome chassis with a bit of bodywork. And
Yeah,
same goes for
of course,
the Subaru.
but for the smaller manufacturers, I think it won't be an option.
Yeah, Porsche won't do that. They don't even agree with GT3. Because of all the balance and performance malarkey. And because there are no regulations. But whatever, it's got nothing to do with this race, most likely.
More with the other endurance race, the race which is happening right now.
Yeah,
The real life one.
yes. But yeah, we've not really got any. It's the closest gap, as I said, is between 54-61, which is for P4 in GT2, but car 61, which is the one behind, hasn't it yet, so it's a bit of a non-battle.
Yeah, it's on stream currently. And the car behind that is also a GT2, but already a lap down, at least. Tony?
Yes, they're not fighting for position. So far we have had 7 drive-throughs in this race.
4 of them for the start, I've heard.
Yes, very much.
'71 in the pits. Scotty gas.
Flores, no, Lopata in the pits, and Flores trying to take over, it looks like. He goes.
You know, I'm somehow glad that my teammate didn't make his idea true.
Which is?
Joining for this race.
He's won one of the lineups.
Let me guess, Savage?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw him on that server a few days ago. Mr. Fiesler.
I'll be honest, I would have liked to try GT2 simply because there would have been more cars.
Ooh, that was never at the pit exit.
Welcome to the pit exit.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see it happen that way. I'm just a commentator. Oh, Flores! That's a way how to get out of the way for.
I see he's got lots of nuts on his tires, so I can imagine what happens.
letting the other car past by, well, extending the track limits.
Indeed.
Expanding, not extending. But anyways.
I actually feel a bit guilty because I've been downing LFS so much during this stream already. And it's only 3 hours 48 in. But it's not quite over yet. Well, not quite. You have to look at it not in you can't really plan ahead much anymore. You can plan ahead maybe a month, 2 maximum now. If you're gonna organize something, which makes things very difficult. Makes things very difficult for Jenna as well, for our series. But yeah.
Is there some pay in the taking over the car, the 61, which has been featured and streamed in the last couple of minutes?
Yes.
I'm very sorry, I keep having to yawn in the middle of sentences.
I know that feeling. I actually know it.
But there's some stuff happening, so the problem is to find leaks you have to dig deeper now.
Yeah.
Sometimes. And maybe you have to be a bit more committed. But the problem
Tony
is...
overtakes Osgard.
Ooh. That for position?
No, it isn't. That's
No, it
why I'm
isn't.
curious. Or is it Oscar just wanting a partner to slipstream?
I think it's just about slipstream.
But Mafia Racing Car got close to the virus car in the last couple of minutes.
Is there indeed?
Yeah, quite some things are happening here right now. Well, on the one hand, the stream we are doing coverage for, then there is this other stream where I think we both are looking with one eye too.
I'm not looking at it actually, I don't want to see it.
Oh.
Maybe I'll look at it after. I hate not being able to see the whole race, so I don't even bother.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just love the track and I love seeing it being
The
raced.
fact that there's going to be a safety car every 10 minutes because lots of gentlemen drivers are crashing in Seat Leon copper cars.
Well, it sounds like, yeah, well, it is actually the BLN of Australia.
Yeah, but only for one race.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Sorry, that was the stream. Yeah, then, again, many things happening. Then there's this little event in Russia. And the only...
Oh, that! Who cares about that? Bloody Winter Olympics. Only good thing about global warming is that they'll be a thing of the past soon.
The interesting thing about those games is they are happening at the only place in Russia where there has been snow in the past 50 years.
In the past, how many years? 50?
Yeah.
Who the hell thought that would be a good idea?
Putin. It's the warmest place in Russia.
Jesus Christ. That's just so pathetic. But surely Winter Olympics should be in Norway or in Finland or in Sweden or something. In the north.
Even Russia wouldn't be a problem. I mean, Russia is a cold country.
Yeah.
Actually.
Well, if it hasn't snowed there for 50 years, my backyard would be a better place for Winter Olympics.
Yeah. But Tony and Oscar again. Yeah, it seems to be just the slipstream. So I don't think it's well, it doesn't make actually that much.
Doesn't make much of a difference for Oscar because he always keeps passing him back. He's not losing too much time from it. Worst is how much time he loses from well, being aware of the fact that there's a car right on his rear bumper the entire bloody time.
Might it be the fact that Tony isn't realizing that Oscar is actually ahead of him? Because in the server he's behind him.
Well, he's behind him. He's been behind him the whole race because he never timed out. He's only a lap down.
Yeah.
It's not like he's multiple laps. But if he thinks that he doesn't realize that he's behind him, then yeah, not sure. Don't think it's that. Oh, Oscar shuts the door. Not really a significant battle, is it? But nice to watch.
Yeah, it's nice to watch.
Every time. The third lap in a row, it's been exactly the same.
In the forum, people are chatting that they are destroying their sleep cycles with this race by staying up all night.
Oh well. Could be worse, let's be honest.
I don't even know what a sleep cycle is.
I don't know either. Maybe it's when you pedal around while being asleep. I don't know.
Well, again, also from this place, a thank you to Bino for the significant spotter's guide.
Which is more useful for GT than it is for GT1.
Yeah.
Due to known issues. Whoa! Batoni got really close between Walsingham and Batoni.
Okay,
oh
then
my
it wasn't
god.
stream.
Oh my god. You know, that's the only thing that happens in this sort of the endurance race. Every 20 minutes you go, ah! Because something happens.
I was looking through the field if I see anything else, but well.
A6 made a pit stop. They're on their way back out. Let's see who's next to pit. I would say it's Mafia. Actually.
In what series of Touring Pro Series?
I would say it's the Carrera Cup.
Oh, alright.
At least I guess it's the Carrera Cup. I watched him in the Carrera Cup going off lots at Frux the other day.
Okay, if you don't know what we're talking about, we didn't realize that our little bird wasn't talking on stream, so there was a little update on how Oscar Hardwick is doing.
Oscar.
And yeah, he is doing Touring Pro Series.
Which is an R-Factor league. Or, well, not...
Yeah, well,
that... better. Organization, I guess you could say.
Well, they're actually multi-platform. They also have...
Oh, yeah. Are you gonna say game stock? I don't count that.
It's also R-Factor engine, you're right. Yeah, I see your point.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. Well, they worked together with Race Department a few years back. I actually raced their V8 Supercar series until the point they decided to switch.
Okay, it's not the Carrera Cup. What he's racing?
No, it isn't.
No.
He
Definitely
was
not.
racing the Carrera Cup for GPVWS.
What? Isn't it GPVWC or something?
WC, yeah.
I don't know. Was it? I think I know what he's running if it's not the Carrera Cup.
And that's?
No, it's not that one either. They have too many bloody series. I get mixed up. I get confused with them all. He's racing. Aha! He's racing in the virtual stock car series, or VSS, or whatever that stands for, with game stock car.
The World Supertech series.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
That's an awful name.
It's used to run a DTM mod in R-Factor.
But anyways, the track he's on is called Cascabel, according to this. And the finale is at a very Brazilian track called Sebring.
And I just got informed that the series, the Super Cup he was taking part in is in GPVWC, so you're right.
I'm pretty sure I saw him in the Carrera Cup in Touring Pro Series. It's either him or someone with a substantially equal name.
No, he is doing Touring Pro Series. Maybe he's doing both.
There was a pink car and went off lot Frux the other weekend.
A big car that can only be him.
I know that for certain. I watched it and I thought, oh my god, it looks so hideous how everyone is going through a large chicane of Frux.
Oh yeah, he's actually doing that. He's also doing the Carrera Cup. He's 7th in the championship. And in 2nd place, there's also a familiar name with Marius Gollenberg. And in 11th place in that championship, David Junt. Let's see if I see.
All I remember is Oscar going off lot on that long corner leading to the back straight of Thruxton before the chicane. I'm sure those bits of track have names. I'm not someone who remembers names of tracks or names of bits of tracks.
Yeah, Thruxton was actually the last stop of the touring of the TPS Porsche Carrera Cup. So you saw the last race then?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that it's right what you saw.
Yeah, I know I'm right. I'm always right.
What I also did was their Clio Cup series, which is now called the Tom Onslow Cole Clio Cup, or Clio Series actually. As Tom Onslow Cole is sponsoring it.
To be honest, judging from how garages usually go in real life, it maybe should be called the Benny Hill Clio Cup Series. But okay. I shall not too prejudgmental.
It's been quite a while because I remember I was running in Andy Oskin back then when I did both. And I asked JJ Wang to skin me the skin.
You asked JJ Wang to skin you? That's the oddest thing I've ever heard. Silence is appropriate. Oh my god!
The Lorcat.
Yes.
Well, Sean Lydon is also black.
Well, all you can say about that incident is meow.
Meow. So, as you might remember from earlier streams, we have to do little breaks to break up the parts. And it's time for us to do it now. 4 hours into the race, and about 20 hours to go. See you soon.